What's going on, everybody? Welcome to another Tuesday night at TCH Live here in Dallas, Texas. I am Eric Van Loozen. Joined with me here is Mr. Aaron McCoy. What's going on, Aaron?
Not a whole lot. What's going on, my man? Happy to be here.
Literally just got your butt in the chair, right?
That's right. That's right. I thought I had one more minute. Turns out I was 1 minute off. But I'm here now, and I'm happy to be here. Looking forward to tonight's stream. We got one hell of a lineup, so yeah, really excited for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully everybody's refreshed after watching last night's final table.
If you can be the guy who, like...
Absolutely. That was a ton of fun. Were you able to tune in for that, Eric?
I did. Yeah. I mean, it was a couple hours later that I watched it, but pretty freaking good final table. So enjoyed it.
Yeah, that was very enjoyable, very entertaining, and man, what a finish there too. Two local Dallas players there, Dusty and Hayden, finishing in the top three spots, and of course, big shout out to Vixens for taking it down.
Absolutely.
You got me.
Well, this is our normal 5-10-25 Tuesday night stream, and they're starting us off with a PLO flip, and we'll get to the action here shortly.
So we're on. It's always JD who gets it, man. Whatever he says, he gets it. Thank you. You know?
Learn it. Like every time he puts the fourth stage line.
Right. So JD taking down the first one here as we get ready for 5-10 and a quarter.
Nice welcome back for the J Diggles himself.
I'm down for whatever.
That's right.
I'm down with the signal.
I'm down with everything.
But we gotta wait for...
We can do the other game starting later, but 7 days is on.
7 days on right now.
I like 25? Start off 25?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have a lot of 2-minute tanks on 6 highs on this stream tonight. But these players will roast the ever-living shit out of each other if they do. So I think we're safe there, Poker Monkey.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say.
I mean, honestly, I don't think it's worth it.
All right, so looking around the table here, pretty much everybody starting with 5K, it looks like, or at least very close to it.
This is going too long.
We are going to get the no limit game started here, and $50 straddle right off the bat. Oh, never mind, just 25.
It's not on right now, right? Is it on?
You guys want to play for 25 or just not at all?
Not right now.
What?
Not right now.
I'm okay.
Okay, no.
Whatever you guys want.
25? Alright, let's just play for 25 for now. And
Man, just
get started.
So it is on.
Yeah.
Okay, it's
It
on.
needs to be higher. Like
7 deuce game, right? Is that what they're talking about?
Yeah, 7 years.
Yeah, I think so. They were also talking about the 25 straddle, not a mandatory 50.
I'm not. JRock is. We played for Pride last week.
Oh, I thought they were talking about 7 deuce, but yeah, I must have missed the beginning of that. Okay, maybe it is the 7 deuce that they're talking about. Anyways, we'll get confirmation, but
You can take my chips
for right now,
I need 2 cards.
the 7 deuce game may or may not be on. I think we are just waiting on one more player to fill the 9 seat over there. We'll have full ring, and then of course we may be getting some Nick game action going on. Who knows? Plenty of spicy stuff could be in our futures. Let's take a look here in the chat, see who's hanging out with us. Of course, we've got a lot of the usual suspects.
any other side prop?
The Assassinator, Miss Sassy, up in there.
Yeah, Frank, David, what's going on, guys? We got Raina, of course, Phony Turgeson.
Your money's very safe, boys, don't you worry.
Kicker problems up in the house.
Slow rolls, JD.
500 for every slow rolls, JD?
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome everybody. Happy to have you guys here hanging out with us.
But it has to be like a clear slow roll.
As wow, hand number 2 of No Limit and JD,
Slow roll?
Yeah.
affectionately known as J Diggles, gonna raise it up and make it 125 to go, and that'll be all.
No 7.
J Diggles is a ladies' man. Swig and Smoke joining us, throwing out the America on Super Tuesday. But this is what we care about on Super Tuesday is poker.
Which mood is he going to be in today?
Hit and miss.
I'm gonna do my part walk on over to the YouTube streets, smash the like button with the force of one moderately caffeinated ostrich. And I encourage all of you to do the same. Help us pump up these like numbers and get more folks in the chat, hanging out with us, having a good time. As wow, Scott here waking up with the birds and Slick Rick suited king queen.
Yeah, just elects to flat there, so this pot isn't going to start out any bigger than it potentially could. How about a club draw for everybody?
Yeah, and the deuce is on board there. Going to be really good for Scott with the aces. Of course, up against 2 flush draws.
We looked at like hotels and stuff. We still got some like tours and stuff we're looking at, but like we have most stuff. Like accommodation car,
Yeah, the bet of 175 and the quick call by Slick Rick. Let's see what AJ wants to do here. Reaching for some raisin chips with his flush draw.
Yeah, I like the idea here. I mean, 6 high, of course, never going to be good. His pair draws are very likely dead. So raise it up now, sort of rep a deuce, and see if he can just get his opponents to fold out their equity right now. Scott here quickly puts in the call. And back over to Slick Rick here. He's in a little bit of a weird spot. I mean, for all of us watching, of course, we can see that it's just like put the chips in. But if he's ever up against the ace-high club draw,
it's like
in a bad way.
mini roundabout. You just have to like, you're always responsible to look to your right. Like, if somebody comes from the left, you hit them, that's their fault. But like, you look to the right, and then like, when it's car comes, you stop. You know, so.
And then number 2 on the red. 5,000 on the red light.
Yeah.
There's no
right turn right. Yeah, that was the one I didn't know because I would be on the surface street.
Well, we don't get the ace of clubs right off the bat. That would be ever so spicy.
I don't want to be zooming through here, you know.
Yeah, definitely would be.
What's up?
Scott here, 2 players now showing interest in this hand for a 2-bet flop. Checks through and wow, there
that's what I'm
is.
talking about. Let's start this thing off right tonight. And Scott checks it like a boss.
Yeah, that is the nuttiest card ever for him, and he's happy to be out of position here. Can go for the check raise. Slick Rick now with very clear value bet. Can't go too big, though, because he knows that his opponents are going to be capped here. Can't even have the queen-high flush, so not quite half pot. It's a little bit over, so maybe 2/3 pot, 1,500 here.
So weird. Like, so weird.
Flush over flush.
About
to get squashed by the boat. What a card.
Yeah, and AJ's in a really weird spot here. He's got a player behind, 6 high flushes, effectively the butt flush here. But yeah, it's like you just kind of can't fold. Oh no, AJ's all in? Is this real? No, okay, that was itchy trigger finger from our production staff. AJ is going to make the call, though, and Scott can't believe his good fortune.
And Slick
Back
Rick's
over to
just like,
Slick Rick.
I lose to 9s, 7s, ace, deuce, and aces. I mean, what else could he have here? Pre-flop razor. Goodness.
The one thing for sure here is that you know that Scott isn't bluffing, right? Like you have the king of clubs, so you know he's not. Okay, maybe once in a blue moon he is just going to YOLO it. I don't know this player that well, but most of the time I'd say you can say like 100% certainty that he's not bluffing. So if he's not bluffing, do you beat any of the value that he would shove? And like Jack high clubs is the only thing that you beat. And I don't think anyone is jamming Jack high clubs for value. So you pretty much just lose. And Slick Rick has the best hand that he's ever going to fold here. Can he actually find the fold?
Right, and these are acceptable tanks right here. You can tank for 30 seconds to 2 minutes here when you're playing for $4,000, $10,000 pots. Go ahead and tank here with your 6 highs. we don't advise
Send our
that.
things at OnlyFans. Good.
Fold.
Yeah, Slick Rick does find the fold. That is a really good recognition of the spot. Now back over to AJ, who is feeling the same about his hand, and even worse because, like we said, it's effectively the butt flush here.
Perfect.
Now, Scott can have the hand that Slick Rick just folded at some small frequency, and he's just super dead to not only that, but also all of the full houses.
Yeah, I mean, does a random deuce ever do this? Because that's all you beat, you know, is trips.
Yeah, I mean, the best bluffing candidate here is just like 9-7 of hearts or spades that, you know, you just like hard block all of the full houses. Oh, AJ does make the call.
See the look on Slick Rick's face here.
Yeah, he preserved his last 2,500. I mean, he found a way out of it. But Scott here going to scoop a huge pot, 12K on hand number 5.
We had the same amount. We had exactly the same amount.
Hand number 5 starting us off with a almost $12,000 pot. Wow.
He had clubs.
I figured he
You love to see it. This is what we live for here on TCH Live.
I knew that card was gin.
Hit that like button if you like what you just saw, as yeah, Scott here going to start off with over a double stack. Nearly 12K in front of him with his Towley figure over there as well.
Did you start with 5?
Yeah, you start with 5, yeah.
So that should be all of it.
Well, he's separating and counting up this pot here. Wanted to thank everybody that came out, including yourself, Aaron, to the Leap Into Spring series that we just wrapped up. I know a lot of people here are probably happy that all the tournament craziness is over, but at the same time, it brought in people from all over the country, and it was a lot of fun. I didn't get any of the big wins I wanted, but really fun to see some of the local folks taking down some big scores in these tournaments, and a lot of cool people that came in town and seeing what TCH is all about.
Absolutely, it was a fantastic series. The main event just exceptionally well run, of course, as with all of the TCH tournaments. A ton of money for some of the local players. Really love to see that, as you said. And yeah, it was great time. I'll certainly be back for the next big series, and hope to make another deep run. Who we went in the chat wants to know, was AJ in seat 2 the same player that ran deep the other just last night at the final table? No, different AJ.
Yeah, this AJ is a regular on our Tuesday night stream. Been playing with this group for a while here, and it looks like seat 6 maybe the only one I kind of don't recognize, so we'll try to get some information on seat 6. I know Scott was on a recent stream we had when we had Wolfgang and Pokerface Ash and Poker Mama on.
And we do have a player in seat 9 now. Just got some chips put down. We'll find out who is joining us there in just a moment. Looks like we got a misdeal, as wasn't clear if we were dealing that player in yet or not. Start over.
I won't mention her by name, but one of our dealers in the break room before we kicked off tonight said to Kevin, who is in the box right now, have fun flipping over cards. So I think she jinxed him. I was like, why would you do that to me, man? That's all right. Happens to the best of them.
All right, 5, 10, and a quarter on fresh off the big win here, still stacking chips and doesn't quite have them oriented correctly. Got all the greens blocking off the blacks at the moment, but he'll get those rearranged as Scott is still trying to get himself situated. On to hand number 8, Assassin, excuse me, gonna limp in from the low jack.
Assassin, we are playing 7 deuce for $25 a person.
There you go.
Yeah.
There's your answer.
All right, so Assassin nodding his head. He's like, yeah, I'm in, let's go. So very good. As over to Kenny here facing, he raised a 450 from ZeFish out of the small blind. Gonna make the cold call here.
One session, okay.
When you play those things, you can only get lucky and get away with it.
The name Kenny does sound familiar. I think Kenny may have been on here before, Aaron.
Oh, is it on
I think that's right, yeah.
Stop yapping.
Just been a minute.
2 players to a flop here. Kenny instantly chipping up to nearly 10K as well, exercising his option to match the stack. ZeFish here still on his starting stack, or right around there. Small bet, 275, and a quick call. Ooh, nice card here for ZeFish on the turn, and usually the queen is sort of one of those cards that you're not super concerned about if you're out of position. Well, I shouldn't say that. The king-queen is definitely one of the hands that wants to barrel to sort of maintain the betting lead, get some ace highs to fold. So queen, not the best card here for Kenny. But can't fold yet. Does make the call. Stack to pot ratio just under 1 now. ZeFish here getting out his bucket, trying to milk Kenny for another 1,200 here on the end. Not going to go for all of it and sort of get him to fold a hand just like what he has. The 8 is a little bit of a scare card. Like, certainly pocket 8s was one of the hands you wanted Kenny to have if you're ZeFish. Now it's 9s and 10s. Yeah, potentially jacks could cold call there instead of putting in the 4-bet. But yeah, I like this size. It's putting Kenny in a pretty rough spot.
Yeah, the one overcard out there, it's sometimes hard to just put your opponent on just that range of having that card and that card only. So it's probably going to flick in a call here.
Well, I mean, ZeFish can also have just like aces and kings, and for this bet size, he may even have jacks, right? Like, I think all of those hands are going to play sort of similarly. And Kenny, though, with the pocket 9s, yeah, I think he's just going to lose most of the time here. He's just kind of handcuffed to a call. And the times that his opponent's bluffing, he's going to take this one down, but it's not one of those times.
What did I put there? You made me a full 7-3.
Yeah, get back to the aces full hand. We got Jacob Trades in here, says, why did Rick fold the flush? Care to opine over there?
Yeah, he folds the flush because of what we were talking about. Maybe you missed the conversation, but that was a bet and a call on the river. No more cards to come. And given the dynamic of how the hand had played out on flop and turn, the check raise all in from Scott there is just almost never, virtually never a bluff. And so with the king and the queen of clubs in Rick's hand, which are some of the most natural bluffing hands, just a naked king of clubs, for example, he just knows that his opponent isn't bluffing with, you know, probably anything. So what is he actually repping? And it's going to be full houses. So yeah, he doesn't beat any of the value and blocks the sort of bluffing hands, so he can get away from it there.
Absolutely.
So, top-notch fold. All right, both players flopping top pair here. Kenny right back in the fire, gonna need to improve. Does pick up a gut shot here on the turn, but still well behind the king kicker for Assassin. Overcard on the turn, not deterring Assassin. Does continue for nearly full pot. Love it. 350 here, charging max value for any of the draws, single pair holdings, etc.
Check, check, yeah.
Action killer on the end, you know, ace-X of clubs just improved to the best hand, but Assassin's still going to win a nice one, over $1,000.
Thanks, sir.
Nice hand, nice hand. Yeah, and back to Slick Rick's fold just one more time. You know, anybody thinking well, that's a nitty fold or that he might be a nit, you haven't watched our streams and seen Slick Rick play. I think it was the queen high call he made on one of his first streams for stacks, and he's not afraid to put chips in, do a little gambling. Young poker phenom, and really enjoy watching him play.
Absolutely. Yeah, I had the pleasure of playing with Slick Rick in the High Roller event.
Yeah,
in
that's
the
right.
Leap into Spring series. You know, we played a couple of hands against each other, nothing too crazy, but had a really good time. It was just a really fun tournament. Of course, big shout out to Harvey Castro for taking that one down. And yeah, looking forward to the next series for sure. I'll be back up there battling with all of y'all here soon, as it's going to go heads up to a flop. Slick Rick wielding the Choctaw Nuts.
It was super hot, and he was wearing like, what are you doing?
Kenny gonna get this one done and wins pot. Tara joining us here in the chat. What's going on? Welcome to the stream.
And the Bionic. Hey, how's it going tonight? So far, so good. We're starting this one off proper with a 12K pot already.
And we got Mick 2 says, Houston, we have a problem. Well, guess what Houston also has? That is some exciting poker kicking off tomorrow. The Spring Classic, Texas Card House Spring, gets rolling tomorrow. Going to run for 2 weeks with the 400K guaranteed main event. $600 buy-in over the St. Patty's Day weekend. So if you're down in the Houston area, be sure to go and get in on some of that action. Should be a nice, excuse me, a nice time with a big prize pool.
Absolutely. Somebody's going to get to add a couple of zeros onto that 600 probably, if not more. That ought to be a big one.
Ooh, here's our first 7 deuce sighting as it's a raise to 75 and sort of a bunch of callers in between. A lot of dead money out there. This is a perfect scenario. Unfortunately, it looks like at least AJ is coming along, and he's just got 9-6, so this is inviting the remainder of these players to come along. But Carlos is done with it. Kenny, of course, will make the call on the button with ace-queen. And Assassin's going to need to get 2 players out of here or just improve to the best hand. Harvey is hanging out with us. What's up, dude? Yeah, great showing. Well played. Happy to see you take it down.
Heck yeah.
As Assassin here first to act. Definitely sort of a funky looking board. Plenty of draws and such that could interact with this, but he's just going to bet 450 and get it through. Let's go.
He said, yes, baby.
25 is so not worth it.
Yeah, it is now. It's worth it. 25 is fine. Nice hand, Assassin. Nice hand.
Wins the pot, gets an extra 200 in juice on top. Feels good.
Give me energy.
And of course, Harvey, no stranger to our room. He's out there right now as we speak, probably crushing some cash. Want to remind everybody who's in the area that we do have our Black Chip Bounty Tournament going on right now. $300 buy-in, 10K guarantee, every person you knock out. you get a black chip, $100. So registration is going till 8:15. So if you're in the area, come on out. Really nice tournament that we do here on Tuesday nights at TCH Dallas.
All right, Slick Rick in the small blind here. $50 straddle is on, so he'll 4X open into AJ's straddle. He'll defend.
No, I get it. The guy was playing the bigger game, but he was only buying for 2,500. Even you like chatting with us.
Both players make a pair. All club flop. AJ here with the best draw.
He was here before, but
currently second place though. 1/3 bet here from AJ after Slick Rick checks. Easy check call. Heads up still to the turn. Heat of diamonds changes nothing.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen a couple new guys this last weekend.
Too much, man. Yeah, we need to set a quota.
Not the greatest card here if you're AJ.
Do you count for the quarter or no?
But he is going to try to maintain the betting lead through the river. That's 300.
I don't think you count. I think you count this.
I take half. I'm okay with that.
No half. Sorry. Play with the ZeFish. You count on the American
Call.
I know.
Brick City here on the end, and AJ now has to decide, is he going to continue betting? If so, what is he trying to accomplish? And yeah, I think this is just pretty much the only way to go. Check it back, hope you're good, but Slick Rick shows down the winner.
Yeah, going to be tough to blow him off of that hand. Realizes that, puts in the check, and gets the bad news there. Nice hand for Slick Rick there. And if you haven't checked out Slick Rick's Instagram or any of his socials, he's been doing a lot of cool videos and shorts, and he is up to 226,000 followers on his Instagram. So love seeing that, getting some recognition and putting out some cool content. Kind of just opening up his life and poker and what he's got going on. So pretty cool to see that he's calling TCH his home club.
Not yet. Silent rush.
All right, 4 players see this flop. Nobody makes anything immediately. A bunch of draws here. Ace, queen, high. Still best. Checks all the way through. 6 of spades on the end. Whole lot of nothing going. He's queen high. Gonna win if we get to showdown. Is Kenny gonna take a stab at this? No, he's not.
No pair wins?
No pair wins.
Too good.
Not no pair.
Chop it up.
You're on fire, Assassin.
David
Leaf
Valley,
Morgan.
what's up, man? Howdy to you.
And Leaf Morgan says, howdy people, eh? Sounds like a Canada thing, maybe? The eh?
That seat is the coldest seat. Yeah, it like hits the wall and falls right there, so that seat's always the coldest. Yeah.
All right, $50 straddle on Carlos limping under the gun, and Kenny waking up with a big one. Ace King next to act. Some sticky chippies there for Kenny, but he does get the 150 out. JRock here gonna make the call from the small blind. AJ suited 9-8, he's in there. ZeFish closes the action with a suited one gapper of his own, and we're gonna see a flop 5 ways.
Texas style, baby. Let's go.
Wardrobe change 1. It's the first wardrobe change.
So JRock here with the top pair king kicker.
Halfway through your back. Can I change seats too? Could I?
Checks to Kenny, continues with the 2 overs and the betting lead. That's going to clear the field except for JRock, and heads up we go to the turn. And it's an ace bingo here for Kenny.
500.
Another small bet here. But wow, JRock is just insta done with it. He's like, well, if you can bet again, you just win.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate
All right, so we called out the Spring Classic that's kicking off tomorrow. Of course, we've also got coming up in just about a month, a little over $1 million in guarantees for the Poker Atlas Tour coming to Texas Card House Houston. That thing kicks off on April 10th, runs through the 22nd, 16 individual events. It's going to be a nice, juicy main event with a nice prize pool. So plenty of poker in the tournament variety coming through TCH here all throughout the state of Texas.
For sure. Looking forward to seeing that full schedule. Not sure if it's out or not. If it's not, it will be shortly, and definitely get all that information
really good or really big.
on that website there, Poker Atlas, or on TCH's website.
At the nightclub next door.
Oh, they sell food?
Apparently. He knows what he's
All right, we're going to play a limp pot here. Heads up between a couple of middling queens.
That's where the price either going to be really good or really big.
Yeah. It looks good though.
Carlos going to float one time with queen high.
Maybe Rick wants some.
AJ checks the turn. Perhaps an opportunity there for Carlos to take that one away, but he checks it back, and ace here on the end. The 8 is kicking.
I know. That would like to
Seems to me that we're missing our equities in the graphics package here. A couple of hands now I've seen where we haven't had that. Let's see if we can get support on that.
Get that rectified.
What's the JD?
Love you, Carlos. Listen, I was sitting in your seat and I was like, fucking Carlos, why isn't he here? I lost my ass that night.
Yeah, he did.
No, I made it back at the end though.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. And then he blocked me.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
I lost that day too. I just kept losing.
I was sick of
Okay.
I just kept losing that day. I forgot about that.
Donald Davis in the chat with the cool Grateful Dead icon. What's going on, Donald?
Fish made the worst folder I've ever seen that day. Pocket fives.
Expect papers in the mail or something.
I mean, every bad decision, literally. It's like, worst way.
Carlos here, true to Carlos form, just going to call with 2 red jacks, invites the straddle along, and 3 players see this ace high flop. Checks through 9 of diamonds on the turn. Jack's still best.
All the jacks accounted for.
Little pro bet there from Carlos, and he'll take it down.
Thanks for smashing that like button, Leaf. I'm going to go to the YouTube stream right now myself and hit the like button. If you guys haven't already, not only smash that like button, but subscribe. We just got done with a really cool final table from our big tournament main event. Had 180,000 that was guaranteed up top to first place. They ended up doing a chop 3 ways with all 3 players making over $120,000. It was an exciting final table, and glad you got to get in there, Aaron, and do some commentating with Mitch and Brittany.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Had a really good time. Obviously, really exciting to see that much money get distributed to the final 9 players. And yeah, wow, here we go. We got a clash between the 7 deuce and the pocket aces. Kenny here with the red birds. ZeFish squeezing from the small blind.
700.
The aces and the fake aces, right?
Yeah, and it's a min click here from Kenny. ZeFish getting the price to call and just try to make the best hand, but it's literally the worst hand in poker against the best. Can ZeFish find a way to improve? He cannot.
This is like the Carolina Panthers versus the Kansas City Chiefs we're watching. Sorry out there, anybody from Carolina. I'm sure they'll turn it around.
ZeFish has to let it go, but yeah, of all the different situations that could have panned out there, fortunate that he doesn't end up in a situation where he's just blasting into the nuts or the effective nuts, you know, across multiple streets trying to get him to fold.
For sure.
Kind of finds out right away that I better make like 2 pair trips or something or I'm out of here.
Knowing that it's only $25 per person, just not worth it to dust off your stack into obviously what appears to be a solid opponent and a strong betting range pre-flop. So, yeah, that could have been nasty for him.
Yeah, I do think that it would be, you know, pretty beneficial just for making the 7 deuce a little bit more spicy to go for 50 player. You know, these guys are putting on the 25 every hand, so you're really just talking about 1 big blind per player.
Right.
Obviously, you get it through 8 big blinds, you know, can certainly make a pot that much bigger and worth fighting for, but you know, pretty rapidly 8 big blinds sort of disappears in terms of its overall value once a big pot starts to get built. So yeah, maybe 50 is a little bit more appropriate, but we'll see.
225.
He's been losing. He lost last week, so tallies into that.
Yeah. You rotate based on.
Yeah, based on the streak.
Hey, did he?
Thank you, sir.
What's going on, Mr. David Smith? Welcome to the chat.
Is it from a van? Is it from a van or something?
No, from next door.
Oh,
They opened that restaurant.
from a
The
van.
restaurant slash nightclub next
Like
to
a
it.
goat restaurant.
That's literally, I left here one night at like midnight and they were like blaring music, had like all the lights. Yeah, like, yeah.
That's true. We got a new restaurant that's opened up next door
I didn't know it
to
was a restaurant at all, actually. Like, I didn't
provide us with some food. I mean, we have snacks and things here, but it's nice to have a next door restaurant / nightclub. You can hear them jamming every night over there.
Yeah, after I
folks, though.
busted out of the high roller 2 nights ago, went outside to just sort of get some fresh air before I hopped in the car for the long drive home, and yeah, they were bumping pretty good. I was, I don't know how many people were in there enjoying the music, but they were certainly blasting it.
It is no lie. They do blast it. I went in there with one of our waitresses looking to maybe order some late night grub, and they had just closed their kitchen, but I mean it was. I felt old. It was loud as hell.
It's it's on George Bush and 75 basically.
175.
Demetrius wants to know in which city this is going on. This is in Dallas, Texas, here in the great United States of America. Welcome to the stream.
That's right. That's the Dallas skyline you see on the poker table on the felt right there. The big D, the big Dizzle.
Waited the very last second for him to turn it. Oh man, I really thought it was going to be 70.
All right, hand number 24. We saw that one gigantic hand with Scott scooping a 12K pot. Since then, mostly pretty tame, which means I think we're gearing up for a big one here anytime now, but
75.
Where I used to get
ZeFish
pasta with like
folding the
North Italy.
ace 10. Interesting.
Yeah.
Really good.
Maybe engaged in conversation. Just didn't want to play it, but there you go. How about an ace? Right in the window.
I'm going to guess that maybe there was a little bit of card read error or something. I don't think ZeFish is folding ace 10. In any case, it's unimportant as the players that we've got in here are presumably Carlos and Kenny with the pocket deuces holding all the way down and going for half pot value apparently on the river, but
Hey, Carlos could turn over a deuce there and offer insurance to anybody who didn't want to pay the 7 deuce game, but unfortunately it's only 25 bucks. I don't know what somebody would flick him, maybe a $5 chip. We saw Wolfgang do that. Yeah, we saw Wolfgang try that on our stream.
Yeah.
Both times they had suited connectors and the wrong suit came.
Extra paint.
247 of you guys in the chat. 40 minutes into our 5-hour stream here. Welcome everybody.
But you need the permit.
Leaf says one day that they're going to come to Texas. Well, we look forward to seeing you.
Come on. Just keep that Canadian cold weather up there with you. Leave that behind.
No, we could use a little down here. It was 94 in Austin today, dude. It was.
That is ridiculous for March.
Out there, March.
For March, that's ridiculous. Yeah, we got 70s and 80s coming up in the next week or so. So looking forward to getting out a bit, firing up the grill.
Very small raise here from AJ. Takes it up to only 375 after the bet of, 125. JD makes the call. JRock in there as well. With 1140 in the middle, 3 players going to see a flop. AJ playing man in the middle with the best hand and the betting lead.
JRock with the only heart. Just one.
Yeah, 1/5 pot continue there. Super easy for AJ to get that one through.
Leaf Morgan saying, I guess maybe that's not a thing in Canada. Never seen tumbleweeds. Try going out to West Texas or New Mexico, man, and you will see some tumbleweeds. It's like a scene out of a Western. Like 30 of them coming down the road at you. Don't know if it's gonna run you over or smash your car, but
yeah, I've done that drive a ton of times back when I was living in New Mexico in between Austin and Santa Fe. And, you know, it's just a straight shot, so you're just cruising, right? Like, I mean, I'd be doing like 100 just flying, and it's just, you know, a gun barrel straight shot. So you can see the tumbleweeds in the distance, and it's one of those kind of fun, like, Pong games where you're just like trying to calculate, is that tumbleweed actually going to get in front of me at the right time, or am I going to miss it by a little bit? And yeah, some of those are pretty freaking big. I've definitely had like a whole herd of them come across the highway at one time, and I just literally couldn't avoid them. Like, I just had to drive through the pack of them and pull in those big old stems out of my my front grill after the drive. Club flush draw on the turn for AJ does not get there. It's going to be an ace on the end, and deuces never loses. But going to be tough to find the call as ZeFish takes the stab here, gets it through.
David Smith saying that the best steak he's ever had was in Texas, down in the Balmore area. I have been down there. I don't think I've ever checked out the Circle Bar, though, but that's a pretty part of the country. Might have to check that out.
Alan, maybe you know. Isn't there like a famous hill that's like outside of Paris that like overlooks the city?
All right, the 50 is on here.
Outside of Paris?
I thought it was outside. I don't know. Maybe it's in Paris, but like I thought it was like just on the outskirts, and like you'd see like all in the city, like just gotta.
Kenny gonna limp the king jack.
You might be referring to the place of Trocadero, but it's not a hill. You have to use all over Paris and Eiffel Tower. Trocadero is 16.
Yeah, 4 players will see this flop.
I think I saw that one, so okay. I just.
4 players.
The bottom pair of 5s here for JD and ZeFish. 9 of clubs on the turn changes nothing. The 10 kicker is still best. Now the ace on board going to be playing. JD and ZeFish going to chop this one up if we get to showdown, and we will.
Chop it up. Tonight's game is a match the stack game.
It's not right outside first, but it's very close.
So you will see players adding on. If you're curious about the chip denominations, red chips really aren't that big in this game. They really use those more for tipping, but the blinds are 5, 10, and then 25 is the auto straddle that's on. So the green chips are 25. You got the black chips that are $100. You see the pink chips on the table. Those are $500. And we've got some blue frisbee larger chips. Those are $1,000 chips. Might see some yellow 5K chips down the line on the stream tonight, but those are the denominations, and we expect this game to continue to get bigger as the night goes on.
Actually, there are numerous spots where, you know.
Yeah, I didn't know if there was just like a, you know, famous overlook for Paris. Yeah, 200.
Scott going to downgrade those aces to pocket kings. He's going to pop it up to 200. AJ with the suited AJ in clubs is going to make the call. JD got a nice suited Jack 9. He's going to make the call. Carlos going to sit this one out. Didn't really feel like the $25 fee was worth it with the 7 deuce, and he's going to get out of the way.
Check. Check. 400.
JD going to check his top pair and get a nice hefty bet from Scott with his kings. Does have a backdoor diamond and straight draw. See if he can improve on the turn. Does get one of those straightening cards. Now he's facing a $1,000 bet by Scott, and that's going to be enough to get JD to lay that one down. Shows the kings.
You would have not survived.
Same man.
Early little heater there for Scott. As you can see, he is up 12.7K, if that is correct. I'm not sure that's correct, but
no.
That is his stack size. That is his stack size. I think he's up a little over 6K, I believe.
Yeah, I think we've got a couple of sort of misclicks there on the graphics. Carlos, ZeFish, Scott, all showing, you know, basically that they've gone from 0 to what they have somehow.
Exactly. We'll get that correct because AJ did get felted there, but he is not down 10K.
125. Call.
Two hands
7
in a row.
deuce sighting.
Yeah.
JRock just going to call from the cutoff. Definitely going to take the sort of lower variance route here, see if he can get something through post flop. But usually pays to be the aggressor pre-flop with the 7 deuce because you're just rarely going to connect with the board in any meaningful way. And of course, you know, you put all these players at the table and they see some calls around the table, they're like, no, that's dead money. Like, I'm raising.
For sure.
And ZeFish has the hand to do it with.
Carlos was in the exact same spot last hand with the 7 deuce and chose to do the same and just let it go, facing a pretty hefty raise.
AJ here knows that ZeFish is capable of doing this with ace-5, ace-4, ace-3, you know, stuff like that. But even 7 deuce, but he lets it go.
What is that? 25, 7 deuce for this game? I think that's too small.
So I already mentioned the tournaments down in the Houston area. Of course, we've always got the even bigger one coming to TCH Dallas. 250K guarantee. It's going to be a little bit earlier, usually at the end of the month, but because of the Easter weekend coming up not too long after that, we've got the 250K even bigger one with 8 starting flights running here in just a couple of weeks. Going to run from the 20th of March through the 24th. Starting flights at both 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. You can find out all the information on the website. You can see it here on your screen. But $300 buy-in, 30K starting stack with 30-minute day 1 levels, all funneling into day 2 on Sunday, March 24th. So a ton of value to be had. That one always lasting the guarantee. Super fun time. If you're in or around Dallas, come on down, hang out with us, get in on the action.
All right. The Mas Grande, the even bigger one.
Uh-oh. You already got me starting to think about Taco Bell with that. Oh, I could use a grande or something or other here, but I got a few hours to hang out until I can get it in my belly.
Yeah, we're going to try to get those player stack numbers rectified a little bit. It's a little off. Start the night. But Scott is definitely our big winner. I'm trying to figure out what his chip protector is. Last week, I think it was South Park's Big Gay Al, and tonight I have no clue who it is. So
it's Towley.
Towley? Okay.
Y'all want to get a little bit high? I don't know. That wasn't the best impression I've ever done, but you know,
that was fantastic.
I thought either perfect.
There was some 2 sleeping or.
All right, AJ gonna go for it here. This is an early position open. Under the gun even, as Slick Rick has the $50 straddle on. So pretty spicy to raise here, but I mean, why not? Oh my God, Carlos with the queens, just calling in between, doing Carlos things.
Just doing Carlos things. Just flattening it with the ladies. He doesn't trust the ladies.
He cold calls the kind of Hollywood.
Oh, I wanted to see a 7 deuce out there so bad just for the memes, but it's going to be a whiff for 7 deuce, whiff for ace king. Pocket queen's loving this flop, but Carlos out of position. Natural check in flow. It's going to get over to AJ here, the pre-flop aggressor, and he'll continue for 1/5 pot.
That's really the only hand. Should have folded 3. Yeah, it's time to.
Yeah, and this will be painful if he can somehow, by the end of this hand, blow Carlos off of queens and show the 7 deuce.
Right, you are, but Carlos gonna min click here from the small blind. Very odd. AJ's like, what the hell do I do now? Do I just, 3-bet him, get him out of here, make it 1,500, rep a big hand, and Carlos, who is known to kind of do this sort of thing with big hands, right? Just like limp and call and, you know, kind of stick around. He's going to make the call. Stack to pot ratio 0.75 or thereabouts, and it's an ace on the turn. Can AJ get this through with a jam?
I think he can, and I think he's gonna. He's gonna rep it. Oh, he's gonna check it back.
He checked. Oh, that was your chance. That was your chance, AJ. 5 of spades.
I wanted to see it.
Whole lot of nothing here. See if Carlos goes for a block or something on the end. He just checks.
And will this line get through if you decide to jam or bet big here after checking the ace?
So.
Yeah.
Because it's really hard to think that the AJ with pocket kings is going to bet this river. It's possible. He bets small. He doesn't put Carlos all in. It's still making him uncomfortable.
It's gonna
Oh,
work.
let's go! Oh my God!
How does that get through? How does that line
amazing.
He makes
get
it
through?
50. The next hand, he gets it and scoops it. Very,
You know
very
what?
good.
I'm not doing it.
Nice.
And they did up it to 50. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
See, he risked
He
like
knew it was
freaking
coming.
6K.
Oh, that was so sick. That is the challenge of playing the big pairs and stuff like Carlos is prone to do.
50 now. It's
From out of position, you see some nasty looking boards and you face bets and you've never defined your hand strength. You've never taken over the betting lead, and yeah, that's going to be a big one going to AJ. That right now, hand of the night, number 31. Let's go, AJ.
Yep. I mean, he was disgusted when the ace came out. It would have made so much sense for AJ to blast when it came out, and it would make sense to fold it. But to fold it there at the end, oh man. What a hand, what a hand.
Incredible. Yeah, and so there's like 4K in the middle or something when he made that bet on the river. So he gets the 4K plus the extra 500, 450. Sorry, 400 because he doesn't pay to himself, of course. So yeah, like a $4,500 pot there with 7 deuce. Amazing stuff.
Wow.
And get to show it on a live stream and have everybody have to throw you another 50 bucks. It's just priceless.
And to have Carlos just be so distraught too. I mean, like obviously you're not like trying to needle a guy or something, but
At
like
all,
he had it. He had queens. He had it from the very beginning, and he just finds the fold. And oh man, gnarly.
And then he gets needled the next hand with a 7 deuce on board. Like here's a reminder. A big hand here.
Yeah, Scott doing the 3-betting pre-flop. JRock making the call from out of in position. JRock with the best of it. Definitely can't be going anywhere, but he has sort of chipped down a little bit. He's only got 2.8K, so yeah, he's just going to go with it. Wow, Scott folds.
Interesting.
Scott folds ace-jack here. I mean, we can see that he was well behind, but damn, don't give him credit for any flush draws there, I suppose, and just lets it go.
I like your 7 deuce.
Jedi Master Ted joining us. What's going on, Jedi?
People wear hats at your office.
That's why we have 7 deuce. It encourages. It motivates you a little bit.
It's like starting to become a thing in my office a little bit. Like, especially younger kids look wearing hats, you know. I'm all for it. I'm like hoping it catches on, you know. No, not exactly. But I'm saying like you know. Starting. We'll see.
JD, a couple of snowmen here.
Well, eventually, you know. Give him a decade or two, you know.
Then bring your friend Mary.
Scott's gonna get in there with another pretty hand.
I just get it there, the airport. Yeah. I'm gonna like get ahead of time.
Just calling.
Glad there, yeah.
We've got a Carlos imitator here.
Oh, what does that mean? Nope. I don't know.
Slick Rick folding the 7-3 of hearts.
Got to get in there with that, man.
Yeah, for the cheap price, baby.
Mallory says in the chat, Kenny is a Western movie star. Oh, we are in the presence of Hollywood royalty. Very cool. Scott here turning top pair with the jack kick, and JRock with 2 overs and a gut shot to Broadway. Makes the call, and his float is rewarded with the ace of spades on the end. It is a backdoor spade run out, but Scott checks it over to JRock, and yeah, I think pretty safe spot to go for a little bit of value. And he's going to go for a pretty big size, actually. 625 for 2/3. And Scott lets it go without much consideration, so maybe just a little bit smaller. He gets that called. Not exactly sure, but take it down.
JRock, just people you play like golf with, do they call you JRock too?
My college buddies.
You can always flat with the ace king if you know you're going to get there and be good on the river. Worked out for him.
Was like talking about a lot about golf and stuff. And
Yeah, hoping to get some more information about Mr. Kenny the Western Star, though. Now it's, I'm going to be thinking about him asking for a duel every time I see him with a big hand here. Curious what his movies or shows that he's been on are, if that's a real deal.
With the guy who would like, you know, he's wearing like a Dallas national hat.
Oh, yeah,
talking,
yeah.
You know.
Do you remember his name at all?
His name was Brian.
Okay.
All right, Slick Rick playing several of his hands here tonight from the small blind. Going to make it 200 with the Jack-9. Oh, AJ calls, and here we go, heads up to a flop. King Jack-5, middle pair versus third pair.
Yeah, this conversation, like I started the conversation and like, oh, I got stuck in the spot where it's like, well, this is not.
This got weird because conversations.
Freaking stream.
All continue from Rick. AJ makes the call, and 10 clubs on the turn. Changes the board texture quite a lot. Both players likely to just want to check this one, keep the pot small. Indeed, here we go to a river. 8 of spades, another texture changing card.
I just, like, he's something about it so long in my head.
AJ announces the 5 very quickly. Perhaps an opportunity there after check from Rick on turn and river to try to take that one away, but figures maybe the 5 is good enough at showdown.
Hand him a bag of money, run away.
Did you say you golf?
I played with poker with a guy who was a golfer.
JD's got the 50 on. Let's see if that becomes the norm for the rest of the table.
I mean, certainly that corner has been doing it very consistently. We've seen JD and ZeFish put it on, and then I think it's kind of died at Carlos and hasn't continued through that end over
Every time we fold, just say clear.
Of the table. So, yeah, I mean, well, I'm sure we'll see it pretty regular out of at least JD and ZeFish. Maybe a few others will pick it up, but as of right now, going to be a little hit or miss. Jack 10-5, rainbow, quick bet, and fold.
Did you play in the big one this weekend? Thank you.
So seats maybe 1 through 3 are kind of the cool kids trying to get the wave going at the ballpark, and it just kind of dies down in Carlos, and everybody else is uninterested. We'll see if we can get that going. The full wave.
27.
Are you a wave participant, Aaron, in the stadium?
Oh, absolutely.
That's what I like to hear.
Dude, if I go to a big sporting event, I'm usually participating heavily in the fun. Whatever the fun is, I'll be doing it. Because, like, what else do you go to to a live sporting event for, right? Like, if you want to watch the game and just, like, pay attention to everything that's happening, like, you watch it on TV. But, like, you go to the game, you're there to, you know, meet all the people right around you, come back with, like, 2 armloads of $12 Coors Lights and just, like, all right, who's drinking with me? You get the next round. Like, let's all have a good time, right? Like, I mean, that's what it's all about. These days, they're probably $20 Coors Lights, so, you know, it's whatever. But
exactly,
I haven't been to a big game in a while.
And they disabled it and then ripped the.
And I have the benefit of being sober, but I just act drunk. So as many times as I can do the Ric Flair, woo! I will.
All right, good for you.
No, this is Slick Rick, as in Slick Rick Poker, Gerald. Check him out on his Instagram, Slick Rick Poker. His Rick is an RIC. It's short for Eric, but yeah, it's Slick Rick Poker.
I'm going to play the flat tire.
Another reason not to like
Robbie. JRock, though, suited ace-5. Definitely good enough to raise from the button. He'll make it 3x over that $50 straddle that Carlos did put on. Let's go.
Right. I live out in the country. I live about 10 miles from
And
there.
he'll make the call. Diamonds would be pretty spicy. But there shall be none on this flop. King high, check, check. And there's a jack for Carlos on the turn.
No, not really. I'm close to the coast. I'm about
Put a little tickle out there and take it down.
about an hour and a half probably.
Pretty fast pace of play here. Nobody needs to think their decisions through as we are moving right along. Hand number 40 coming up here, just about an hour and a little bit into the broadcast. I want to thank all 260 of you fine folks for hanging out with us. Do appreciate that. Look forward to spending the next few hours, just about 3 with you for myself and another hour for Eric and I believe RJ coming in to hang out for the final hour.
That's right.
So yeah, kick back, grab some popcorn, maybe some pizza, whatever you got, a tasty beverage, and enjoy several more hours of free poker content here on TCH Live.
Honduras or whatever across the desert. I mean, full of shit. They look like JD coming across the desert.
Hey, where you going, guys? That's my trip.
That made me think about a segment they do on the local sports radio here called What You Drinking, What You Thinking. So if you're in the chat, what you drinking and what you thinking. Hope y'all are having fun. Let us know where you're watching from. If you're enjoying a nice beverage or eating some good grub. It's probably going to make Aaron and I hungry, but
that is correct. All right, 3 players, or excuse me, 4 players to a flop. Nobody connecting with this board. It is gut shot for Assassin, backdoor heart draw. Perhaps the best chance of sort of maneuvering this one into a win without a pair. But AJ gonna take a stab with the 9 high, and Assassin just gonna call. Additional club equity here for AJ, but he checks back.
oh wow,
And
what a card. What
Are
a card.
you kidding me?
The backdoor flush and the backdoor wheel. Let's get some money in this pot. 715 right now, Aaron. What's it going to get to?
It all depends on how big Assassin goes, because if he blasts it, AJ may only call, but yeah, 550 into 700. It is 80% pot here. AJ's in that like awkward position of like he wants to raise, but if he raises and gets re-raised, then he's like, oh, I almost never win.
He's having club flashbacks of his 6-4, which is why he flats.
I got there. I got there.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Is he going to slow roll bonus?
I'm glad you didn't raise crap. That slow roll, I'm okay with it.
Does he get a slow roll bonus? Well,
and you hear Assassin. He says, "I don't put you on that ever."
Action Rivers today.
Tony, that could have gotten real juicy.
Oh yeah, for sure. I saw your hand. I thought you had him for sure.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't bet the 9 high clubs on the turn when you pick up that equity, right? I mean, yeah, you don't want to bet and get raised because someone has ace-x and, you know, now they're going to check raise you. But, like, you can always call, right? Like, you've got the flush draw. Of course, if they check raise you too big, then you do have to fold. But I don't know. That's a big one that could have happened. Instead, it's still a nice win for AJ, just not quite as big as I think we both thought that was going to be.
I guess the pair of aces scare you a little bit.
Not really. I didn't think you had aces.
Messaper Productions gets up to 10 TCH Life loyalty points, gambles it all, and rolls 58 or 48. Better luck next time to get that back up to 10 before you know it.
Anything is possible.
Yes, sir, 450.
All right, squeeze here from JD on the button with King Jack O facing the open from AJ in the cutoff. Deuces are in the muck, and it's back to AJ facing just the 3x open, but his hand is super dust. This is 4-bet or fold, and looks like he is gonna call. Let's go.
30 minutes.
I get so confused which way, you know. I live in uptown Dallas.
One of the better flops here for JD. Top pair, second kicker, backdoor hearts. AJ, bottom pair with backdoor, better hearts.
We were just there the other day. Really
1/3 continue. AJ here.
What card room's closed? Scott's.
Gonna just make the call. Yes.
It's probably closest.
Heart on the turn. Wow. Spicy.
We could go hour north to like Choctaw.
Oh, really? Well, you play a lot of tournaments, so that's kind of
AJ perhaps thinking about leading here, turning his hand into a bluff. Wouldn't hate it, honestly. As long as he is prepared to follow through on the river regardless of what comes. He's going to bet half pot. I think that's pretty much exactly the right size, but he has to be prepared to make a very large river bet regardless of what comes. 725 it is. JD here with one of the better bluff catching candidates that he is ever going to have. And deliberately assess the situation and put in the call. Here we go. 3K in the middle. Brick City here for AJ. The 9 of spades peels off. Queen 10 just got there. Not too sure that's going to be in anyone's bluffing range too often, but it's possible. 10-7, also a possibility. 10-7 of spades, pretty much the only combo one would imagine.
Yeah, maybe a Jack-9 of diamonds. I just think you're going to pay it off if that's what they have.
Jack-9 of diamonds never bleeds that turn. 1600, it's just half pot. I think this is just a little too small. JD here, his hand is just far too high up in his range with that King of Hearts blocker. Yes, this board's a little bit connected. Maybe AJ doesn't do enough bluffing, but for 1600, you're just making that call all the time. And sure enough, AJ gonna roll over the bottom pair.
Real bad.
The dealer is about to muck the wrong hand, but we all know who was winning. 6K plus
right.
going to JD.
Good hand, JD.
JD says heart would have been real bad. Yes, it would have, brother.
Good hand, JD.
Yeah, I think if AJ goes like 1 1/4 pot, there on the end, it really puts JD in a tough spot. He may still find the call because he has the King of Hearts, but I think he just has to go so much larger when he takes the lead turn line. Like, you either have the flush or you don't when you bet like that. There's really no in between. I suppose he could have turned a set. I don't know. I'd have to go back and think it through, but maybe every once in a while he turns a set, and so the middling size is kind of his in-between bet. I don't know. Of course, I'm just trying to, dig a little too deep here, but,
What's going on, VV? Jumping in the chat. What's going on, babe?
Actually, I can't stack you right
Did you get to meet Miss Victoria?
I sure did. I had the pleasure of playing with VV in the High Roller event.
There you go.
Played a couple of fun hands with her, and also gave her my little final table medallion that we were given for participating and making the final table. Of course, I came up short of the cash. Was happy to give that to Vivi because she was interested in it. So very nice playing with you. Nice to meet you there, Vicky, and welcome here to the stream.
Like, I'll go check and see if we have that.
Look like we got our chip stacks and our profit right. Coop's been working on that in the production booth, and Miss Taylor. So we'll get you those numbers. We'll read them out next time it pops up on the screen.
Oh, yeah, it's probably the tournament, too.
Eric wants to know if JD plays cards for a living. I know for a fact that JD does have a real job, but one could say that he is very much supplementing his income with this game, as he's a very strong player. Certainly plays this game a lot and at high stakes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I know he's got a good corporate gig, but poker is definitely a hobby, and a hobby that he's good at and profitable at. Plays in some of the biggest games in Dallas.
I can't win like I don't at all. Like I was like 3 away from every card.
EV saying thank you, Aaron. Says it was awesome.
Heck yeah. Yeah, that was just a really fun weekend. I had a great time all around playing the main. Played some cash on Saturday since I was able to book my day 2 ticket on Friday night, or I guess it was the Friday morning flight that played until like 9:30 in the evening. Went and got a really nice dinner at a little Japanese restaurant just down the way from TCH Las Colinas, and then was able to play some cash 2-5 there on Saturday. Got my butt handed to me, but had a good time, and came back on for day 2 on Sunday. Played for a little while before I went out 69th place, fired the high roller, and cruised on back home. Pocket Kings here for JD, still the best hand. Assassin flopping the heart flush draw, and after checks through flop, giving him a chance to probe at this, try to take it down with just the 10 high, but I think JD here gonna at least call one street. Nine of diamonds. Assassin gonna end with just 10 high. Would really love to see a bet here, 500 or so would probably get the job done, but JD just gonna get to check this one back. Show down the kings for the win.
He said ship it.
All reds, baby.
The Kings win.
He's got all the draws for 6th Street. If he wants to get an extra card, maybe.
Yeah.
Give him a straight or a flush there on the Ocean Avenue, but JD's going to gladly take that one down.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
With the ace on the board with his 2 kings.
All right, we looked at profit and loss here. ZeFish has booked himself a healthy Taco Bell trip in profit. Assassin, couple trips himself, and everyone else down hundreds to thousands, up or down, I should say, hundreds or thousands.
Little prelims, yeah.
Every day for the last 3 weeks.
You got a freelance for both? Is that what you said?
What'd you say?
I voted every day for the last 3 weeks.
Yeah. Me and all my great-grandparents.
Not North Carolina.
Yeah, one thing that I will just say, I mean, I've always had such a great experience every time I've driven up to Dallas and played at both locations, TCH Las Colinas and Texas Card House Dallas.
That's what I've been doing.
The management, the staff, the dealers, of course, just everyone so professional and just really fantastic atmosphere. There's really just no other card room that matches that level of professionalism and just making a good environment for the players. There was one moment where a gentleman had been enjoying some beverages, was a little bit on the tipsy side, spilled his wine all over the table, and we had to change out the felt. And literally within like 2 minutes of the entire glass of wine getting spilled across the felt, we had a brand new felt installed on the table, and we were into the next hand. It was brilliant. So
Good to hear.
big hand developing here. Slick Rick with second set on the flop. Kenny with top pair king kicker. Slick Rick pre-flop aggressor. Bets flop, gets called. Bets turn. quick call, and Slick Rick is probably like, okay, all right, I feel this. This is very likely a good jack at this stage, because a straight draw is going to think perhaps just a little bit more about it. And what a great run out here. Tens full of sixes for Slick Rick, and I think he can go for the big size here. 3K in the middle.
Yeah, second time he's had the pocket tens, and this is the board he's been looking for.
The temptation is to go all in for the 1.5, 1.6x over bet, but I think he should probably tone that down just a little bit against Kenny. Maybe just go for the full pot or something a little under. But Slick Rick here trying to figure out what is the appropriate size. Just how big can I go and get called? It is still going to be an over bet, but just a slight one. Not going to rip it all in. I think this is just about right. Kenny in another awkward spot. He's kind of gotten wrung out a few times here tonight. Let's see how he navigates.
They open like a student rights center and stuff, and then they put like a gaming lounge in there.
I can just hear him saying, I think this young whippersnapper's bluffing.
Go play video games for a couple hours and then like leave.
Could be, but betting 3 streets
and after all of that, you're like, maybe I should
from the small blind, right? I mean, Slick Rick, he played like all of his hands from the small blind tonight, which is just kind of funny, but this is a big size. I mean, does he just have like ace queen here, right?
Makes the call.
Yeah, can't get away from it.
Very nice.
Slick Rick gets just about max value. 10K pot going his way. Well played, Slick Rick.
Yeah.
Yeah, sliding almost another 4,000 Slick Rick's way. Nice hand.
Nice hand.
Top-notch fold and top-notch play there. Get max value out of a full house.
Vivi says, played with that whippersnapper. He's cute and good. Yeah, Eric, he's definitely no slouch when it comes to this game. He had a pretty decent run in the high roller. We were all battling away, and then Harvey just caught fire and was unstoppable. There was nothing doing. Hayden joining us in the chat, dropping us a $49.99 super chat with a shout out to Aaron, Mitch, and Brittany for the great commentary last night. Thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you so much, Hayden.
Yeah,
appreciate
round
you
of
so much.
applause.
Congratulations. Yes, round of applause indeed for your second place finish for 130K. Fantastic showing. I know your family is going to put that money to good use, keeping that baby diapers on and food in its belly. Congratulations. Really well played.
Yeah, got down to less than, I think, 5 million at one point, and just, man, just top-notch play, made good folds. Loved watching Hayden play last night, so bravo, brother. Always got a smile on his face, too, so good stuff, man.
All right, 7-6-4 two-tone flop here. It's bottom pair for Assassin and the best hand. Assassin getting a little bit frisky here with the 3-bet out of the blind as well. ZeFish making the call in position and still best with that pair of fours, but board's starting to get a little bit treacherous here. A little bit interesting perhaps that he doesn't bet the flop. Gonna go for the delayed C-bet for what looks like maybe 1/3. A little bit over. Okay, it's closer to half pot. ZeFish here picking up the Jack High Diamond flush draw. And Ace Jack High could be good some of the time. I don't know. I mean, he can also just be up against like Ace Queen and Ace King, float this, and even if it's just like, say it's like the 9 of clubs and his opponent checks, he can just bet like anywhere from 1/3 to half pot, and Ace King and Ace Queen are almost always just going to have to ditch it. So pretty good spot here for ZeFish, but No, he's not even going to float. He's going to raise immediately. Makes it 1350. Says, I don't need to wait till the river to get you off of whatever your hand is. If you can check the flop, you almost certainly don't have a hand that can continue. But Assassin actually does with a pair of fours, makes the call, and we'll see what the river brings us. It's the ace of diamonds.
Wow.
ZeFish getting there. He has what is effectively the third nut flush. Of course, it is a paired board, the possibility for a straight flush out there, but he may go for thin value. He may check this back. Oh, snap check back. Never mind. Third flush, never going for value, says ZeFish, and he'll take 3,800 in the middle.
The diamond didn't show, I called you.
Yeah, Assassin saying, I knew it, I knew it.
Diamond didn't show, I would have hit you.
4 deuce? What?
I would have called you.
I don't even know.
Diamond didn't show up on the river.
Wow. I believe you.
That's right, you tell him. I snap call you.
Wow. Sorry I coolered your 4 deuce.
Sick cooler, sick cooler.
Yeah, classic, really.
Good gamesmanship here between the two opponents, loving it.
Oh, if it was river, there was no
Coolered your 4 deuce. Oh my god. Love it.
I wish you saw Brick River just to see. I wish we was at a Brick River just to see, you know?
Mark Weiss helping celebrate Hayden, saying Hayden Moneybags 14.
See what happens.
Heck yeah, dude. Kim
And
joining us in the
Kimberly.
chat as well.
That's right. Saw her dropping in those super chats last night to you guys. That was just awesome. As she was sweating from the rail.
Yeah, heck of a sweat there too. I think Kimmy and I were sort of in the same boat. Wanted to see the heads-up battle go all the way down to the end, but also very reasonable 3-to-1 chip disadvantage. Take your extra 10K and just sort of, you know, ride off into the sunset. So yeah, would have been fun to see it run all the way down to a winner, but absolutely great showing there by both players at the end. As we've got 3 players to a flop, ZeFish drilling it, and pretty much no resistance here. Kenny and Slick Rick have what, douche. However, it is Slick Rick putting out a little bet here of 1/3. Gonna see if he can just take this one down, but no siree, says ZeFish.
One time at the other place, remember? When that guy got, you and that guy got a gator, remember that?
Oh. At Poker House.
Poker House.
Yeah, Slick Rick lets it go.
That was it.
That guy's crazy.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, you were sitting next to me.
I was to your
You saw
left.
the whole thing.
Yeah. Yes, I did. Gator. What happened? Or do we want to?
No,
we don't need to rehash.
We don't need to rehash.
I kind of get the gist of it.
Had a good day at work though, Assassin, seems like?
Carlos, you can straddle.
You had a good day at work? You got like a couple of stuff.
I got something done, but that's about it.
Just feeling good.
What I want to know, Kim, is where is Hayden taking you out to eat? You know, where's the hot date going to be with those winnings? Is it Bob's Steakhouse, or you guys going to go out of town on a cool vacation? Or is it just going to be back to norm for you guys? I know y'all are always crushing it, but we were all excited for you.
Hayden here with the little inside info says Dusty's the one that negotiated the deal. Fantastic. We were definitely a little bit curious about that because it was pretty extraordinary how that shook out for both you and Dusty, of course. And very impressive negotiation then. Hats off to Dusty for pretty much working out.
Miracle.
Let's see how I can word this.
Lucky.
One of the best deals I've ever seen.
Ever.
In a 3-way heads up, in a 3-way final table chop. For, you know, the lion's share of the money, right? Like 365K came out of the prize pool there with only 30 left over. So just an amazing job of negotiating. If Dusty is out there listening, hats off to you. Really well done, and obviously fantastic showing. Still running into it, unfortunately, middle two pair against top and bottom. Pretty rough way for things to go out, but yeah, wow, what a way to go.
Carlos definitely not going to get hit with the 7 deuce for the second time. Went ahead and took that down pre, but AJ, you could see, kind of smirked, thought about it. Had to hit mute on the table for a second. Sometimes they forget that the microphone is on and they go in the restroom. So save Rick a little embarrassment there and turn that mic off for a second. And we are back. And we got the lovely Miss Brittany now taking over. Great job, Kevin.
Because I read the ace game.
Yeah, he's texting his girl right now.
He's like,
He's like, what the fuck did he have?
it's like baby tonight.
What's up, Brittany?
Yeah, Brittany did a fantastic job slinging the cards last night. We had good pace of the pitch and
Trying to hurt the tournament.
not so much from some of the play, but yeah, she did a fantastic job of keeping that final table going. Dealing out some pretty big hands, too. I mean, we saw aces and kings come up very regular. I mean, within what it was, I think it was within one orbit, we had lost 3 players. And we were down 5 players inside of 25 hands. And then it kind of stagnated there for a little bit. We played 5-handed for a good while. And all of a sudden it was just boom, boom, down to 3. Yeah. And it wasn't long after that before the magnificent dealings were done.
Yeah, by far one of the most entertaining final tables that I've, watched. And with the chip distribution, starting out with Dusty having such a huge commanding chip lead and just seeing the chips go around the table back and forth. I mean, it was just really good poker being played too. So I really enjoyed it. And obviously you guys did a great job of getting excited and commentating. So fun night watching last night for sure. Yeah, there's a reason why Brittany is continuing to be on our live streams as one of our dealers, because she is just top notch.
We'll peek here at Profit and Loss. Slick Rick here taking over pole position from Scott with that big hand that he played against Kenny. Sitting on nearly 11K in the stack. Kenny gonna limp in here for the $50. Oh, excuse me, he has the $50 straddle on, I apologize. But it's going to be a fold over to ZeFish, who will open 2 black 10s, and that's going to be the end of it.
Easy peasy.
Yeah, it's a very unique feeling to be at a final table. Whether you're a cash game player or you grind tournaments all the time, it's like it just doesn't happen very often to be in a situation where, like every hand that you play or don't play can mean the difference of many thousands of dollars, right? And there towards the end, we're talking several tens of thousands of dollars between you and the next pay jump. So you get into a situation where you're there and it's almost surreal, You're still playing the same game, right? It's everything's the same. You're still getting 2 cards. It's trying to figure out if you can beat the player across from you. But man, the change in perspective, the aura, the whole environment, everything is just such a unique situation that God, that's what we as tournament poker players live for, right? Is to be in that moment, to feel that rush of adrenaline, the high of like, oh man, like this dude's all in, and like I just want him to bust because I make $13,000 more minimum if that happens. Oh, it's just so cool, so cool.
Happens. Let's see was unlucky all night. So
All right, a little bit of a nasty spot here developing between Scott and Assassin, both players with the toughest pairs, and really not a whole lot else going on out there. The 4 and the deuce. Yeah, it was 5 players seeing a flop. Maybe there's some sets going on, but certainly no reason to think that they are really behind right now. Carlos, though, is going to squeak in there looking for a heart or a 3. Doesn't get it. But it is Scott going from real far down in the basement to a little bit of extra equity here. Can hit a club now on the river to improve to the best hand. Assassin
Absolutely.
checks it back.
Check.
Free river card. 6 clubs.
Had that fire.
Clubs are hot.
Okay, let me get through.
How's that?
That's time to play, you know?
Wow, 1/3 pot is all from Scott. He's just going to tickle the pot here.
And the tickle's going to get called.
Absolutely. Yeah, Assassin going nowhere ever. And Scott goes from getting crushed to scooping a 5K pot here. What a run out.
Yeah, what a hand.
Scott, he is going to chip up to 9,000. Was that all? Yeah, okay. Now it's going to add on to his.
There we go.
Like, what happened? 14K, and that should put him back in pole position for biggest winner on the evening.
Absolutely. Building some towers back there.
Oh, maybe not. No, it's still good. Sorry.
Double?
Yeah.
Stony. JD, don't act like that. Stony. 15.
All right, looks like we've got the $100 straddle on. I could be wrong. Maybe that's, yeah, it is a $100
It
straddle.
is.
AJ raises it up 4x with ace king. Now that we've gotten the graphics, everything caught up, we are over to JD now, who ostensibly has something other than 6-5 here, but he is going to fold. I'm going to say it seems more like 6s or 5s to even think about it, but whether that was a misread or not, his hand is in the muck, and it's back to Slick Rick, who releases King Jack O for a single bet. And wow, the $100 straddle doing some work there. Reina here in the chat, begrudging the new, I mean, as of what, God, I think this system has been in place for quite some time. But yeah, I mean, you guys ran up millions. You ran it up to millions, tens of millions of TCH Live loyalty points, and then they pulled the rug out from under you. And now you guys can barely win, you know, maybe 30, 40, 50,000 in a night if you run good. I mean, yeah, it's not what you grew up with, that's for sure. But we still appreciate you tuning in and grinding away, trying to pick up those points where you can.
AJ gonna raise it up and get re-raised. In the jacks.
Yeah, I don't think that's real. If it is, then it's just super tight, and he's just like, I'm not going to get involved here out of position, or rather playing man in the middle, but I don't know. I think jacks is perhaps a misread. Ooh, what a turn.
And a brilliant fold indeed. If he did have
it would
the
be
jack.
up and down.
Yeah.
You never know, but goes from well behind to well out in front. AJ checks flop, checks turn. ZeFish goes for the delayed c-bet, and pretty chunky one here, a little over half pot. Both these players very deep as well. AJ just gonna call. Looks like he's setting himself up for check calling all the way down, or perhaps, depending on the river, going for a check raise. But ace of spades. On the end. Gonna go for a block. No, it's a check.
Check,
Check back. Yeah, that's the problem with not check raising the turn.
I will never slow play you again.
Yeah.
Ever. That's the fifth time that you cost me money.
Yeah, we can always look at this from the perspective of we see the cards, we can see what they should have done in order to get paid, and sort of be like, oh yeah, you definitely should have done this other thing. And, it's always tough to walk that line between, like, am I going to have enough check raises for value here? What am I going to use for bluffs? You know, trying to assemble that whole thing in the moment when you're out of position to be like, no, I should be raising here so that I have the betting lead, so that I can get value on the river, and blah 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 blah. But yeah, that was definitely just a tough spot where maybe he's not ever going to get a call from ZeFish regardless because he's only on second pair. But
he called the 50. I raised the 200.
Yeah, by the river downgraded to the third pair. You heard him say, you know, I'll never slow play against you again. He thinks he lost a lot of value, but we saw the hand. He wasn't going to get much out of ZeFish there on that final card.
Heads up.
Almost a family pot here. Got a king 10-5 flop. Open ender for Kenny. Three players pairing up their fives. And another king on the turn. AJ sensing a little weakness from everybody. He's going to try to take a stab at it here with his ace high.
And this is the value of the tiny little bets when you're this multi-way, is that everybody feels the added pressure of the players behind them. So it doesn't matter that the bet is so small in relation to the pot. It's like, well, yeah, I could put 150 out there and maybe my hand's good or I can improve, but like, what if somebody behind me raises? Then I've just torched 150. So you see a lot of these small bets getting a lot of folds. And there are still two players that stick around, and
that's right.
Assassin has the best of it if he can stick around a showdown.
Yeah, unless Kenny puts in a bet, Assassin's going to win here with a pair of fives.
Put 1,000 out there, Kenny. You could do it.
Yeah, put on those bluffing pants.
Thinking a little too long though at this point. I think a 10, like a good 10, is probably just going to be like, yeah, I can go for value by now, but still tanking it out.
The tank bluff, definitely a little unorthodox. Does not decide to do it. And Assassin proudly shows the pair of fives.
Oh yeah, 5 as well. Damn, Assassin on fire. Unstoppable.
The Frenchman, Mr. ZeFish, going to continue to poke a little bit at Assassin. Making good calls,
Didn't get
though.
cooler that time, yeah.
Yeah. No cooler on the 7-5 of diamonds.
Hey, Lauren. Do you guys have any tea without yeah.
Yeah, we have one decaf green tea.
Do you have any different flavors? What is the flavor? Green tea. Oh, green tea. Yeah, let's do that. Perfect. A little bit of honey, just a little bit. You have real.
Sounds like the room is full and getting rowdy in the background. Love hearing that.
Yeah.
25 more minutes left in that black chip bounty registration. Of course, a bounty tournament is probably not the one you want to register late in, but I've seen it done and seen people walk away with quite a few bounties and a nice prize there. So 25 more minutes to register if you're interested in joining this Black Chip Bounty 10K guarantee on a Tuesday night.
Good, how are you? Who are you playing? Oh.
Carlos flopping an open ender. He's going to lead out Scott with a diamond draw, the ace high. You gotta love hearing that when you got your bluffing chips in hand when they fold and said you got it, Carlos. That's a good feeling.
Yeah, one of the best. You've got flopping a set with your little pairs. You've got you know, people folding before you even get your bluff chips across the line. Looking down at pocket aces when there's already a 4-bet out there. Oh yeah, just really good stuff.
Or like Scott catching the absolute gin card and gave you aces full and having 2 people have a flush against you.
One of my favorite hands here, the Jack-10 suited for Scott in the cutoff. Gonna bump this up. And JD, playable hand from the straddle, and they call. Pair and a straight draw here for Scott. Gonna continue, and JD with dust.
Nice hand, nice.
Thank you there, Phony Turgeson. Reminding everybody to smash that like button. We've got 284 of you currently joining us.
You like the 7 deuce better?
Love to get up to 100 likes. I think we were in the 60 range, so go on over there and smash that like button for us.
But I think before the stream ends, we should mix it up. We do one time the nit and then get back to 7. Like, let's mix it up.
I'm good with that.
Sounds like they're going to get the nit button game going at some point. Get off of the 7 deuce game and get the nit button game. That'll be good.
Mix it up, I think that's.
Heck yeah.
Raise the 7 deuce at least for now.
Or we could progress it. I'm telling you, first time you win it, it's 50 a man. Second time you win it, it's 100 a man. Then you get a little button or something.
So this
But the same person, or are we talking just
No,
the
same person. You have to run it
First time you win it,
yourself.
it's 50. Second time you win it, it's 100.
You and
If you get it second time,
you and
it's
the
100.
assassin would just be crushing us all.
Assassin says, speaking of, I'm waking up on the button with AK.
Really want to go after it.
Hoping to assassinate the opponents here. We got a Jack-10 and a King-4 in the hand with him.
Yeah. I'm not going to lose my mind over it. Yeah.
Flopping top pair.
Yeah, pretty raggy flop here for 2 opponents. Assassin. Couple of greens, couple of blacks, and 2 quick folds.
Takes it down.
Yeah.
Somebody's chasing you now. Like I did before. You know what happened when people,
I know.
ask you about your poker skills. You know what I mean, right?
I know.
Everybody started out the night, Aaron, with 5K, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not sure if maybe a player or 2 started out a little bit shorter, but yeah, 5K is certainly the count.
We've got 4 or 5 that are over the 10K mark now, so we definitely see some 20, 30, even $40,000 pots going forward. And here we go, it's 7 Dewey.
Back in the day.
Good times.
that was a terrible raise then.
I saw you tried to put it on the button. Like, oh yeah, I'm the button.
I thought it was a button.
Go around your small button.
Yeah, a little bit on the small side, that is for sure. 7 deuce would have loved to make it a little bit more there, but it's a favorable flop in terms of his betting range. Continues small, and What is Carlos going to do but fold? And
So what is it now?
And
there it is, 70.
You said that was progressive. It's the only reason
$50,
I
boys, $50.
Try to talk him into giving him more, but yeah, it's 50.
yeah, he
Phony Turkerson with a 1. Sorry, buddy.
oh no, he and JRock right before the hand were suggesting a progressive one with increasing the bounty there if you are the player that wins it more than once each time it goes up. So he was thinking maybe he might get 100, but it wasn't agreed upon. But that's a good idea. As he and Assassin are kind of our 7-do masters so far. I've seen a few others just kind of have to fold.
I guess I gotta put you. Yeah.
I do like that as long as it's not progressive overall, right?
Yeah.
It's like the one player
Yeah.
can level up their own 7 deuce or deuce 7, whatever you want to call it, win. Yeah, I like that. I do like
I
that.
like that too.
No, of course not. I had the 5 out there, dude.
Yeah, okay.
It's to me, I'm sorry.
Good instant replay.
Like, how often, like, would it work if I did it again? I mean, I'm just curious.
He has the deuce.
The answer is no.
It's a funny game. I told somebody wants their whole stack for 7 deuce, you know?
Both players smashing that turn with a 9.
Ace what? 2 pair. 9-4.
He said ace what, Carlos? No. The old 49
Backdoor
special.
2 pair.
Yeah, the old backdoor 2 pair.
Oh, 8-9.
Everybody always flops backdoor 2 pair draw. Cutoff open, JD on the button, 3-betting the King 8 of hearts. Love to play King 8. Just right on the borderline of whether or not it can be played profitably as a call in position. So definitely any hand that kind of fits the bill there, you just 3-bet it instead. Don't even worry about it, as you get some folds and you're happy. And if they call, you're in position with potentially playable hand depending on different flops. But this one gonna whiff everybody, so King 8, pretty good, as he can just bet and likely get his opponents out of the way. However, I'll just check this back.
Yeah, big card there on the turn for AJ. He is not going to go anywhere now.
I'm a little perplexed by the check back there from JD. I think most of the time he is gonna c-bet, but AJ able to take it down on the turn. And I mean, it's good to mix it up, kind of change it up from time to time. Don't always play the same strategy, but yeah, had he bet there, Ace-6 may peel and stick around after that turn card, of course. Big change to the board texture, but yeah, there you have it.
Thank you, Donald. He says, great stream, guys. Glad you're enjoying it, especially being over there in Utah. It is some pretty country up there.
Kenny gonna call out of the big blind. Scott with Super Dust. Slick Rick though, suited 1 gapper, closing the action. There's a button open from ZeFish. Slick Rick here could actually go for the raise. If you get any of the slightly better 10s or 8s to fold, perhaps even something as strong as a Jack-9, Queen 9, Queen 10, you know, you get those to fold. That's a big win for you. So he is going to bump this up, squeeze to 800, and ZeFish loving it.
Felt like you willed that raise to happen.
Yeah, I mean, you can go both ways, right? Like, his hand is super playable, but yeah, it just really makes a lot of sense to squeeze it. It's a reasonable flop to continue here. 3 small cards with a pair. ZeFish, though, making the call from the button, definitely sort of indicating that he has a strong-ish holding. I think ace-king, mandatory continue here for ZeFish. A lot of players will look at this and be like, ah, I've just got ace-high. They've probably got a pair. Just let it go. But, yeah, ace-king definitely going to be ahead of Slick Rick's overall 3-betting range. Excuse me, not ahead of, but certainly hanging in there with his overall 3-betting range.
Yeah, this will be interesting. Calling the raise, big raise pre, and 800 on the flop. Decides to slow down.
Yeah, it doesn't pick up any additional equity if a sort of a 6. No, I guess he pretty much just needs a heart on the turn to be able to continue. But ZeFish here isn't going to leave anything up to chance. He's going to bet 2,000 and just end it right now.
Nice, nice.
That would be a great time to show 7 deuce.
That would have been a time to show the 7 deuce. Fortunately, he had the nut, no pair variety, and there. Guess there was a pair on the board, but good recognition there by ZeFish. The ace-king was probably still good. Takes that down.
Yeah, I mean, AJ is different. AJ is a different type of poker player.
Some soft needling going on here as AJ waking up with the ace-queen. Fresh off of the compliment slash needle slash from ZeFish. Makes it 225, JD. 3-bet him immediately with the king-jack suited. Two of the deepest stacks at the table, both players over 11,000, and assassin with ace-king.
There we go. Guns a-blazing. He's coming. He's not going to let these guys see a cheap flop.
Yeah, cold 4-bet always looks really strong, so he doesn't need to go too big. 2,000 is the size, and honestly, relatively large, but I think it's just about right. Pretty much bang on 3x, so makes a lot of sense. This is already a bet and a raise. 3x out of position, doesn't need to go much bigger. Actually, just love the size. JD here put in a tough spot, getting a decent price, but king-jack suited, even if he connects, is he going to be best, right? We can see that the jack yes, the king no. But he's in position. He's going to let it go. JD Berry.
He said $50. $50. He did not have the 7 Dewey.
Yeah, it looks to me like we've done a hard reset on all of our profit and loss, so we're just showing player stacks here as they are. Scott on just about 14,000 leading the way, but about half of the table here up around 10 to 11,000. So yeah, plenty of opportunities for a real big pot to sort of creep up on us. But as of late, we've been mostly playing small to mid-sized pots. Hand number 73 heads up to, pardon me, to a flop.
Yeah, that one's your fault, AJ, somehow. That one's your
All right, well, I got an update. Our Western superstar, Mr. Kenny Schreiber, there in the seat 6, was the recipient of the Best Actor Modern Day Short Western from the Wild Bunch Film Festival in 2023 for his role in For Better or Worse. Kenny Schreiber.
Nice.
If you have a
That's
pair,
pretty
it's
cool.
never a good pair. You can always flop set.
Find out later.
Looks like he's been in a couple here in the last year alone.
Let's put sass on the old Ace King. Good old Ace.
So if you are a fan of the Western, check out Kenny Schreiber, and it'll pull up some of his films.
No. I had King on it.
Top pair for ZeFish. A whole lot of not much here for everybody else. 2 overs backdoor, I guess, for AJ. Perhaps not wanting to let ZeFish get away with it so easy, but does let it go. Donald Davis ever so slowly but surely working his way up to 10 TCH Live loyalty points. Going to spin it up here in just a little while. Best of luck to you. As anybody who's wondering what all the points are about, you participate in the chat, you earn a point. And once you get up to 10, you can do a little gamble. If you roll better than 50, you'll double up your points at least, perhaps a little bit better, depending. And, you know, just a fun little thing to keep you occupied while you watch a fine game of Texas Hold'em here on TCH Live. So if you haven't participated in the TCH Live loyalty points little gamble situation, feel free to give it a go. You just gotta ask for points with the exclamation point points, like Donald did there. Just about every 10 minutes or so, that'll get you a new point. You can also just chat. That'll do the same thing. So yeah, just kind of a fun little thing.
Not every time. Every other time.
That's the problem with being the king. Everyone's after you.
Every other time.
Slick Rick getting a crack a handsome smile there as he takes down a pot with no resistance. All the respect he's getting.
Yeah, BB, check him out. Do exclamation point points, just like Donald Davis did 2 chats before you. Type that in, hit enter, and we'll see how many you got.
Bunch of fun hands here. Let's see what we can get on a flop from Miss Brittany.
Yeah, the limp train at the station, all aboard. 10-5 tray rainbow. So many hands here that graphics can't handle it. Kenny does have the top pair with the 7 kick in. BB, you got 37 TCH Live loyalty points. Exactly the same as the roll that David Valley just did. But yeah, you can gamble anywhere from 10 all the way up to all 37 if you want. All right, 3 players stick around to the turn. 9 of spades doesn't change anything. Still Kenny with the best of it. Bets about 1/3.
Carlos was going wheeling, but he misses. Kenny's going to get a second pair. takes it down. Nice hand there, Mr. Kinney. VV says, what do it do with the points? I don't know, VV, what do it do?
Yeah, some of these folks have so many points that they just do gamble all because the maximum that you can gamble is 10,000. But if you have the desire to wager fewer, you can do the exclamation point gamble space and then however many you want to gamble. Try just start off with 10 and see what happens.
100?
That way, if you lose, you still got 27. You can gamble again in the future. So,
yeah, you have to win a hand, and when you win the hand, you have to show your cards. If you show your cards, you get rid of your button. The last person with the button has to pay everybody 100. Yeah.
Don't remind anybody.
All right.
Yeah, don't remind anybody. If they muck their hand,
$100 a pop for this knit button game. They're starting.
If you remind somebody, you get.
Yeah, if you remind somebody to like show their hand, like
Okay, if you remind somebody to show their hand, you pay for that loss.
well,
No,
they
you
get
take their button. You get
So
their
you
button.
you get their button.
Oh, you get their button?
Yeah. So don't remind anybody.
You have 2 buttons.
You have two. You have two.
What the hell?
If you get rid of
What
it,
the
you get
hell?
another one, you know?
What the hell?
Don't remind anybody. Keep it secret.
I'm liking Assassin. He seems like he's be fun guy to play with. Definitely seen him in the room a lot, but I like him.
So 7 deuce, still on or off? We said off, right? Okay. What?
Those were quick offs.
Too
Of
confusing.
course it's on. No, what?
They wanted this off instead. We're flipping. 7 deuce off. This hand.
Funny timing.
Nick is on this
Look at
hand,
AJ.
7
He's
deuce off
got
this
the
hand, right?
7 deuce.
7 deuce on this hand?
No.
No.
Why not?
That's a 1-round penalty. That's a 1-round penalty.
Give him 3 net bonds. Give him 3 net bonds. There you go.
That is frowned upon in the tournament streets
Wow.
1-round
and in the
penalty.
cash streets, but we're going to let him
Line
get
him
away
out
with
in
it.
the Nick game. Let's go. At least I said
BB
something.
lost
said something.
10 of her
He was
points.
real mad.
Better luck next time. So, Raynor, are you saying that they changed the scoring here just recently? This is not just from the heyday when you could make billions all the time? They actually changed it recently? I guess I haven't been paying that close of attention, but... $10-9-5 flop. Pocket 6s for JD still best. Carlos with 2 overs and Slick Rick on bottom pair. Assassin though with the King 6 blasting it. The 6s are gone. It's Slick Rick hanging around and wow.
Lots
Gut
of
shot,
equity picked
flush
up.
draw. Assassin here. Yeah, he picks up a lot to go with just the King 6. 2 overs to Slick Rick's pair. Okay, says the scoring has been changed. All right, I don't know what all that is, but check, turn, check river, Assassin. Can he find the bet? 1-liner to a straight, 4-liner to a straight, however you want to say it. An 8 is the goods. And Rick shows the 5 for a $1,700 pot.
The old mumbler, the 3-5.
Wow.
Missed 2 bets.
Yes,
Yeah,
you did
that's
miss
true.
2
You only had
bets,
7 dudes.
especially when you picked up the spades there, but Slick Rick, glad you did, as he takes down a pot and gets rid of his knit button. Yeah, I crack aces, says the contrast of the chip counts has not been easy to read. Gotcha. Definitely something we're working on right now to get that not only accurate, but easier to read. So thank you for the feedback. Always trying to improve.
Yeah, we've been on red and black for quite a while, and I agree. Definitely not the ideal choice. However, that is what we're working with. Of course, we don't have the ability to go in and tinker under the hood exactly ourselves. As JRock and JD here get into a little bit of a raising battle with the middling pocket pairs. Everyone else is now out of the way.
6s and 9ers. I believe 69 is where Aaron finished in a tournament recently, correct?
Main event, 69th place, yes. Yeah, thankfully it was only on one entry, so was a tidy little profit there. Of course, lost most of that on my cash session on Saturday, but can't really lump all of that together. It was a good tournament showing, so happy for that.
It's really violent. And you can use that into your evaluation. Right. It's like trying to get through.
And it's also good sometimes when you actually kind of hand too.
Oh, it's huge. You get paid. Yeah, especially if you're at the end of it.
JRock here looking to float with the sixes.
Yeah, you get almost more action on this.
Does make the call.
A lot of people forget about the 7-2. Like it's not existing.
7 of diamonds, and
I was thinking they had a gut shot, but that would be playing their cards together.
yeah. A couple of different ways to go here for JD, but I do think that the check is prudent. You could go for another small bet, but building the pot further now is, yeah, not really.
Oh, hello.
My goodness. How about rivering a set? Full house, sixes full of fives for JRock. JD here may go for a block, but he really only gets value from eights. I think fours are a pretty clear fold, so maybe he doesn't even go for the block. If he does, it's got to be very small, 350 or something. But yeah, maybe just check it over to JRock and hope that he checks back something like king, queen of diamonds or something, just shuts it down.
Yeah, I feel like with the knit button game on, he wants to put in a bet here, but he's gonna go large.
He's gonna turn the nines into a bluff. My goodness.
Timing is impeccable. This is the worst timing.
I mean, one could technically still call this a merge bet because eights may still look at this with the knit game on and be like, I mean, particularly two black eights, just be like, well, I hard block the straight. You can have all of the flush draws. JRock's going to rip it all in, and JD's like, oh, yeah, cool. That didn't work.
Yep.
Yeah, that is the look of a man who's like, yep, I was ahead the whole way.
Right, and can't call the 1600 with an $8,000 pot because you just know you're beat.
Yeah.
Great laydown.
Handsome Andy, what's going on, brother? I believe Aaron got some sleep. Brittany definitely got some sleep. He's looking pretty as always. You guys can't see Aaron. I can. He's looking beautiful as always.
Why, thank you, sir.
Yeah. When was the last time you've been called beautiful?
It's been about 20 minutes, so now we're back to 0. Yeah. Reset the clock. Reset the timer.
See the players rescanning their cards, make sure they get read accurately. The Pezosaurus has joined the chat. What's going on, Pez?
What time does it typically end?
What's up, Pez? Welcome.
Mr. Chat Pro himself.
I knew it was somewhere between 10:30.
Middle pair and a flush draw for Slick Rick, up and downer for JRock, as well as AJ. So everybody with a little piece here. Backdoor flush draw, I think. I did not
make
had a little that clear for Slick Rick, but bet of 100, quick call. Slick Rick here, I think, with usually just a standard call, but he's going to go for the check raise here. Can rep all of the spade flushes if they could come in on the turn. blocks all of the 2 pairs, well, not all of them, but a lot of the 2-pair combos as well. So decent spot to just try to squeeze his opponents out. Does get rid of the king-jack, and he's just up against the jack-9 now. This is the one awkward thing, is that you're now out of position when you get called, but it's a quick check back, and there it is. King on the end. JRock with the goods.
JRock is tonight's River Whisperer.
Slick Rick with the ace blocker to Broadway, but 1100 here. Looks very value-y. Trying to figure out what JRock has, though, right? It's like, how does he get here and bet this river for value with a hand that's like super comfortable? Does he ever just have like 9-8?
Pays him
Slick
off.
Rick says, yeah, I think this is 9-8. Oh, no, it's not. It's 9-jack.
I think the king jack would be something I would have worried about as well. Of course, we know that was mucked, but
yeah, king jack going for value that size, very thin. I mean, it would have been amazing, right? Would have been like savage if he gets shown the king jack there. Of course, the nit game is also on, so maybe opens up the range a little bit wider than just the 8-9. But yeah, I think all around reasonable call. Definitely a little bit fringe, and of course, it is just the draw getting there. Pez says surprise Slick didn't lead out after the check raise. He bought himself the betting lead, but his hand doesn't benefit from building the pot any further. Like, he had some reasonable qualities to raise on the flop just to try to clear out his opponent's equity and take it down right then and there. But as soon as he gets called, now he's in a position where his hand functions much better as just a showdown hand. And so, yeah, building the pot further is not really beneficial. He could have gone for just like free streets bluffing. That is very true. Just trying to get his opponent to fold a top pair, sort of hand by the river. But yeah, if he's doing it with ace 10 there, then he's probably over bluffing. Flop gut shot for ZeFish. Check, check. On the turn, Assassin gonna go ahead and probe for 350. ZeFish makes the call in position and drills it. It is the 5 of hearts, but a straight nonetheless for ZeFish. Assassin going to rep it, and he's going big, full pot.
ZeFish never folding. Gonna flick it in.
Man, how you call me, man?
That's how.
Why you call me? Come on, I got ace high.
And the Frenchman says, "Oui, oui." That's how.
Bluff at the wrong time. God damn it. Anything else you pull?
Kim with a little fun chat to Pez there. Said she couldn't get anything done with our chips.
Was that a good shot on the river?
Double gutter.
Yeah, it would have been fun to have seen Cam or Pez on the final table as well.
I had the world, man.
Glad to see we had a couple of our locals, though, make it down to those final 3.
You bet me on that shit, huh? I remember that.
That's the nip bun.
Someone did say wee wee.
It's all time.
Spelled a little differently, but yes, Mark. We have not seen the wee wee nuts played tonight, Mark. I will let you know when that deuce 5 makes its appearance.
Carlos getting frisky here on the button with the queen 7. Gets called in 2 spots. One of the players, Assassin, with ace king, just calling again, but it's Slick Rick, top 2 pair, calling out of the first straddle. And here we go. Potential for a big one to get played as Carlos going to continue for 450. Slick Rick just making the call. And Assassin here probably feels like he should have the best hand, like always. And here comes the raise.
Yeah.
Ooh, big size too. I mean, all things considered, it's not that big, but I mean, as soon as he puts this bet out there with his chip stack behind, he's effectively committing himself to this. Carlos out of the way, and Slick Rick is like, please don't have a set of 5s. Anything else is super Gucci. Well, obviously, a set of 10s would also suck, but that's very unlikely.
Let my 2 pair hold, because we're about to be jamming here.
So cold in here later on.
I think the jam is actually a little bit too frisky. Slick
Yeah,
Rick
right
just
now,
calls,
for sure.
Yeah,
Setting
he
it up.
just makes the call of the 450, so I think this is a spot where he tank calls again. Ooh, never mind. He is going to rip it in.
I was thinking he was going to try to set it up for the turn, but we're going to get it in now.
No, that is the worst result.
And did you hear him? He said, just kidding.
Yeah, I think it like comes out here, and like hits the wall, and then just like falls. Feel like cold water.
Not want to let his opponent know he's capable of that kind of fold. Wow.
Wow.
Chat, what are y'all doing with your ace king there? Are you just folding it?
Well, it's similar to what we saw before. A little bit different dynamic, but it's another one of those scenarios, this time on the flop, when Slick Rick just doesn't have any bluffs. So ace king against a range that doesn't contain any bluffs, what does he beat? Does ace queen ever do that for value? The answer is pretty much no.
Pretty much no, yeah.
So if ace queen, I mean, maybe every once in a while you could say to yourself, like, ace queen is just like, well, I played slow pre, now I'm in this weird spot where there's like a bet, a call, raise, I don't know, just get it all in. Maybe. But like, that's borderline. Every other value hand is just like ace 5, ace 10, pocket 5s. Ace king's pretty reasonable fold there. So Assassin coming to that conclusion very quickly and dodges any further damage. Really could have gotten wrecked though. I mean,
could have
like,
totally gotten wrecked, yeah.
Let's say that Rick just like tank calls. The turn is just like a nothing burger, a 3 or something, and he checks. Like Assassin, what? Assassin is super under-repped ace king here, right? Like he should be trying to get value from ace queen, ace jack. So he should just be betting like 100%. I mean, I would think. I don't know. Slick Rick, though, goes all in. That's it.
Yeah, and I'm with Kim and Pez both here. There were no draws on that board besides a gut shot. And he played it so fast that his opponent was able to say, what could you possibly be jamming here with besides having me beat? Tough laydown, but...
Yeah, let's go to the flip side of the whole situation too, which is that Assassin has his knit button, Slick Rick does not. So there's no added like knit button call equity for Rick, and it's exactly like the reverse orientation of what you would want. It's possible because Assassin has his knit button that he could be bluffing there, so all the more reason to just call and then check every turn. So yeah, I think just I mean, we can see the cards. Of course, we get to say whatever we want because it looks like it was a big mistake. But yeah, I do think that it was a good spot to go for the call and check.
The 3-year-old I got now is crap. Well, he won't be at the Derby, safe to say. Actually, he runs in a couple weeks.
AJ here will finish with the best hand if he can somehow find the call with the bottom pair of threes. Carlos betting 1,200 on the turn after betting 500 on the flop. Gets called both times. This is Carlos we're talking about. We don't see a lot of triple barrel bluffs from this man, but AJ has already called twice and is like, how can you just keep barreling? Did you just back into a flush? Is that really what you're up to here? Got the 9 of diamonds too. He blocks the flush to some capacity. Blocks 9-10 if there was ever a world within which 9-10-0 existed, but probably not. It's just 9-10 of diamonds or nothing.
The reaction that we might get out of Carlos if AJ makes this call is going to be priceless.
Yeah. And the way that AJ is scrutinizing Carlos makes me think that he may have picked something up, right?
Absolutely,
I mean, it's not, I mean, who gets here with a pair of threes and is like, I'm thinking about calling? Like, all the natural bluffs have just gotten there. These flush draws, whatever, they just came in. But the flip side is that it takes away all of his front door value, right? Like, you flop ace jack, you bet flop, you bet turn, now 8 of diamonds rolls off and you just like roll your eyes and check back, right? So like all of that stuff is now gone. It's flush or nothing, especially for the size, right? 2,500. It's not quite full pot, but it's like 2/3 size. He's pretty much saying, I have a flush or nothing.
He's putting it in.
Let's go. AJ makes the call with a pair of threes. What a savage.
He said, I've got a bluff catcher.
Look at the look.
Wow.
Fucking AJ.
On, excuse me, the player in the 1 seat. I forgot his name for a moment, but he's just flabbergasted. That was amazing. What a call from AJ. What a sicko.
7 deuce would have won. Correct.
Oh my God, that was epic.
That is one way to get rid of your nit button right there. Show that you are not a nit and you are willing to call with a pair of threes.
That one stings if you are Carlos. That one stings a lot.
The bottomest of pairs gets her done. Got a wow from the ZeFish.
Wow. Yeah, JD, ZeFish, JRock, they're all just in awe. I think we all are a little bit. I mean, how do you do that?
You just call people half of them away.
Fantastic play there, AJ. Really well done. That is one for the history book. As everyone calls, we're going 6 ways to a flop.
Oh my God. It's not. It's not. I got a baby. I haven't tell him. I'll tell him later.
Oh, they're expensive.
JRock with the overpair, and far and away the best hand. Going to bet 625 here, about 2/3, and Kenny with the ace jack, back toward diamonds. He's done.
Looks like he can run a little bit.
Oh yeah.
I honestly put him on this game screen all the way through. My whole game is screen.
Looks good so far, but you know how it is.
Yeah.
I've seen him look great. Can't run a yard.
AJ, you always got some logic.
I have a little bit of logic. Time to time. Is it me?
I'm the 10.
Some logic and no fear.
Big horse.
All right, so we've still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nit buttons on the felt.
I set you up for that one too.
Yeah, Scott's been kind of quiet for a bit. He's one of our guys holding the nit button, as is
I'm in that squad.
Mr. Western himself.
Yeah, and King 5 of diamonds here, he's got to get through the whole field, but with the nip button, I think certainly a playable hand. He's going to limp it, which I don't necessarily love, but try to get in there. That'll bring in a bunch of other players, and Limp Train is all aboard once again. Over to JD, King 6-0. He's going to check, and another multi-way pot about to kick off.
Clubs and a gutter for AJ. Open ender for Slick Rick. He's going to make the call. JRock with a gutter of his own. JRock can't know it, but his Jack 10 is actually good here.
Yeah, and it checks to you. You've got 10 high. You just mandatory bet here. Like, certainly you're getting snapped off by a 7, but anything else has got to feel pretty gross. And yeah, gets it through. Why not?
Yeah, Pez, I was going to say, if you haven't already hit up Mallory, that definitely would be a stream that would be fun. Assassin still holding his knit button, hiding there behind his stack. He's going to raise it up to 200 with the 10-6 off.
And with the call from JRock in between in the small blind, JD here with a slam dunk, 3-betting squeeze spot. Going to be for a large size. Yeah, he's going to flick a 1K out there, announce raise, and the 5X squeeze going to get through. Players in between. Back over to Assassin. He can't continue, but JRock, he's got a deep stack. He's got a good playable hand, and let's keep in mind here that it shows JD is having 6.4K behind. I think we're off by at least 1,000, probably 2,000 it looks like, from what I can see in his stack. So I think he's playing closer to maybe 10. 10,000 behind. So yeah, maybe even 3-4K.
What a flop here. As we can see, JRock is going nowhere. The middle pair and the diamonds.
Yeah, still awkward, out of position. You can be behind, but obviously your equity is really, really strong. So not going anywhere, but don't necessarily want to bloat the pot by raising. So he just makes the call. JD with the bottom pair, backdoor straight and flush opportunities of his own, but wow, what a turn.
What were you saying about feeling good?
JRock feeling very, very good.
Got an extra J.
And it's just pretty much the worst card in the deck here for JD to continue barreling on. When he gets called on the flop, it's pretty much over. The jack, he just can't continue repping. Like ace-king is going to check. Pocket kings is going to check. Like, you don't have any bets anymore. So ace-3 has to just slow it down. Hope that in some alternate universe there's like an ace-10 of spades. Excuse me, that can't be a thing. Ace-10 of diamonds, rather, that would call flop, and you know, by the river he literally doesn't beat anything. So JRock bets and JD lets it go.
Usually racehorses are best at 4 and 5.
Yeah.
You know, everyone thinks the Derby's the best horses. It's not. It's a restricted race for 3-year-olds.
Yeah.
It's like racing 12-year-old kids. You know,
Right.
Yeah, that was definitely a hand that a lot of opponents might have just laid down pre, but like you said, JRock's playing deep and wanted to see a flop against an aggressive opponent like JD there.
Yeah, I mean, Queen Jack off, 100% fold. Queen Jack suited,
Hey.
too strong.
That's right.
You know, it's like it plays so well. You unblock your opponent's ace kings and just like all of the random ace X stuff that it's going to squeeze there, just like what he had, ace 3.
Not really. I could.
And yeah, you're behind that and you're out of position, but if you connect the board and connect Diddy, you can continue for sure. So yeah, plenty of reasons to stick around, and he takes that one down. Big Broadway flop here between 4 players on this one.
Yeah, small pot. Carlos not raising with the ace jack.
Really? I've done it because, well, I have 6 kids, so when my wife's pregnant, I drink. Yeah. So that's 9 months I've gone before. Because I won't drink if she's not here. Okay.
Assassin trying to just take this one away with the bad gut shot, but it's the pair of queens that was best on flop and improves to trips on the turn. Why not? JRock, he just always turns trips.
She's kind of smart, though. Feels like she
David Valley rolling a 50 and losing. That feels pretty bad.
But she's still a baby. 9-hole kind of teenager, toddler.
Right.
Yeah, the problem for Carlos here is that his pair of jacks feels pretty decent. Going into the river, he makes the call. 4 spades, changes nothing. And
my 100th probably.
oh, it's a check back from JRock.
How long have you gone on your year?
Trip queens, no extra value. Playing the king jack kicker, perhaps worried about.
That's the hardest month.
Ace queen?
After that, downhill. The first couple weeks.
Still takes it down, nearly 2,000.
I mean, I never drink at home, but when I go out, the no stop sign comes up. I mean, there's no stopping.
There we go. Got stacks in the 15, 13, 14K range now. Let's go.
Antone Monroe. Is it me, or does the graphics know what the players' cards are before they look? Well, I've got some news for you, Antone. There's an RFID reader in the table that scans the cards. We no longer have the pocket cams. We don't have to flash it up at a camera and have somebody punch it into the system manually. Those days are far and away behind us. So yeah, you see those little targets on the felt there. Players put their cards over that. There's little RFID chips inside the cards, and the table knows what they got. It's like magic.
No more Jack Link's mystery hands. Although it would be fun to incorporate that someday into a stream.
Yeah, we still get some inadvertently.
Yeah, we've had the accidental, inadvertent mystery card or mystery hand.
Too, right? So that's hard. That's a social lubricant, right? You're trying to meet girls. Oh, God.
Ooh. Assassin all in here for about 4,000. Both players with a knit button. JD on the ace 10 of spades here. Needs to get about 2 to 1 on his money in order to make this call reasonable. As it stands, he only raised to 700, so 4K I think going to be just a little bit too much to put in the call. If he does put in the 3250, pot will go up to 9,000. No, 8,000, excuse me. So yeah, he's not quite getting the right odds, and I'm sure JD will settle on that math and let her go.
Finally got rid of it.
Nice. Nice.
Need to get rid of it.
Got rid of the button. There you go.
He just made it
That's right.
JD's going to reach in the money bag there and pull out some more chips.
For Nam, I think 3.
Demetrius, there is no rake in this game.
Right now,
Here in Texas, rake is actually still illegal, so we do not take a rake here. The players are all paying for time. They rent their seat.
He's excellent.
And they pay a membership fee, so it's a members-only club. And there is no rake, so any money that you see going towards the dealer is not rake. That is just generous tipping, as we love our dealers here.
Kev Boz with a suggestion here. It's not Mark's game. That way Mark can win.
Yeah, just change the name to not Mark's game.
Start showing up with those glasses with the mustache. You know.
Mark,
all right, JD on the button with the 9s, raises up. AJ calls, heads up we go.
Not sure Mark can grow a stash, but if you can, Mark, we'd like to see it. Maybe this this next fall/winter for No Shave November.
Boom, 7 deuce.
The Mark Wee stash.
Didn't you have one of those?
Huh?
Didn't you have one?
I did.
All right, a couple more knit buttons have hit the rail, and I think we're down to 2, maybe 3 players with the knit buttons still in effect. We can definitely see Carlos there mid-yawn. He has his, and I think it's like Kenny and maybe Scott. Who still has theirs? Yep. Yeah, it is. All 3 in a row there. Carlos, Kenny, and Scott.
Picture Mark looking like Confucius. Just a stash.
10s, 9s.
9s.
Late position. Slick Rick with the dusk is out of there, and it's 2 middling pairs. 2 overcards.
Where are you? What area in New York?
Demetrius, it is $13 an hour to play here at Texas Card House in Dallas.
I forgot where you go to school, Columbia? And I didn't forget.
A lot of spades and 3 overs. Neither player loving this board, but JRock's going to take the lead here.
Yeah.
I think it's just like long drives, right?
Yeah. Which
Takes it down.
Well, like where I live now.
Yeah, I didn't know that he was betting for value, but yeah, happy to get that one through nonetheless.
Big go to the Stars. My wife and I go to Stars games a lot.
That's a good guy. But tens you had.
Incoherent. So we, that's fun. That's fun. That's good.
All right, here's another look at profit and loss.
You never been to a hockey game?
No, I have.
That's what
Just as soon as I say that, the graphic disappears. But yeah, biggest profit about 9,000. Kev Boz off to work. Well, have a good night of work there, my friend.
Yeah, make that money.
Late. Unless, of course, you're in a different time zone entirely. It makes it morning for you, but all the best to you nonetheless. 10-5-4 rainbow flop. It's going to be bottom 2 for Slick Rick, and not much else here for the other players.
Assassin gonna fire at it with the Octocrab.
The Octocrab. That's a new one.
Not gonna get it done. Yeah, I don't know where that started, but that's probably the hand that I hate looking at the most. But now it has a name. Might as well play it.
Yeah, 3 of you guys.
3
guy
net.
go all in, all in,
8-3-0.
and then I have ace.
I don't. Yeah, I don't find myself playing that one very often unless I'm checking back the big blinds. That is for sure.
Dusty as it
Might be
gets.
too many, and then aces will lose.
You just have to all in right now. Too late.
Red sixes up front for AJ. And Mark Lee says Kev Boz is a dealer at TCH. Okay, so he's going to squeeze into the box and start slinging cards. All right, I got you. Very
That's
good.
right. I believe he will be the dealer that is replacing Miss Brittany.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah.
Put a face to the name then. It's from me. Seems like all of y'all already way ahead of me. As King of Diamonds peels off on the turn, nothing changing. Sixes still ahead. Checky. Board pair sevens. And that's going to be it. Sixes will show down. Never mind. Carlos is going to bet. And the sixes
There you
hit
go.
the muck
That
very
was predicted.
quickly.
Literally the exact opposite.
Attaboy, Carlos. Gets it through.
AJ can call with a 3 on 5 overcards or whatever, but 6s on this one. Snap full.
I don't know.
Yeah, we joked prior to the stream, Aaron, that tonight's stream features 2 Kevins, 1 Brittany, and don't Google that. Whatever you do, don't Google that.
All right. Down to 2 players in the Nick game, Kenny and Scott. Who will have to pay out and who will pick it all up as far as earning the bounty? And my goodness, they both have big hands here. It's ace, king for Kenny, king, queen for Scott. And I am a little bit worried for Scott. He's just going to call, though, not going to squeeze. He's like, yeah, Scott can, excuse me, yeah, Kenny can have a big hand. He can also have super dust, but I'm getting in there for the 250. And wow, everybody has a hand. Look at this. Slick Rick with 3s, pocket 8s for Assassin. Carlos gets to close the action with ace-9 off. He's going to make the call, and 5 players to a flop, 2 of them with the knit button.
This is the ultimate knit off indeed.
2 aces on board. It's top trips, top kicker for Kenny, top trips, 9 kicker for Carlos. And it checks all the way to Scott, who bets his gut shot to Broadway. Up against 2 players with trip aces. Oh! Call from Carlos. Snap raise from Kenny, and Carlos probably threw up in his mouth a little bit. He's trying to keep the chunks off his jacket. As Kenny, yes, he has a knit button, but this guy raised pre and is now check raising to 4,000. Do you ever beat this with ace-9? Ever? He says, I hope so.
Kenny had been quiet, and he is quiet no more. Carlos getting the bad news.
Nearly 14K pot here. Carlos needs a 9, and he hits it.
Oh my.
Wow.
That's it.
$14,000 pot, and not only does Kenny lose all of that, but he is still in the knit game.
Thought for a minute I was going to get it through.
Holy shnikes.
Batman.
Yeah.
I'm like fucking Cashman and shit.
Yeah, Kenny, he doesn't quite go down to the felt. It looks like we had the chip counts maybe a little bit off, as he's got a little bit of dust left over.
Just no weight whatsoever. First pitch, just out of the park.
Harvey won
Oh,
the tournament recently.
Yeah. Tricky spot there. Kenny getting it in good. Unfortunate run out. And now still has to battle for. Remember, this was 100 ahead, right? So still looking at a potential swing of $1,000 here. Pay out 900 or get 100.
You didn't raise those, right? He raised, right? No, I raised. And on the turn.
Yeah.
No, I checked. Yeah, I checked. Yeah, you checked and I checked. And he bet.
Taking it like a champ is Kenny, though. I mean, that's a sick, nasty run out. And he's just kind of talking about the hand with him like, yeah, no, I raised, and then that happened. Whatever. All right, well, onwards and upwards. Looks like we've got some misreads going on, but Kenny is out of this hand. Scott has tried to limp in there with the queen 4 diamonds, so he's going to see if he can, pardon me, sneak his way to a flop, improve his hand, and somehow get rid of the knit button and stick Kenny with another bad beat, but going to need to call 250. He does, and 3 players will see a flop. Looks like we may have some misread action going on here, but we'll do our best to decipher the action as AJ here ostensibly has flopped top pair of aces. The board is very much not Jack 8-6. Is ace 8-6. I think there's actually, yeah, there's a deuce out there. All right, so Assassin bets, AJ calls. We're not exactly sure of Assassin's hand. Perhaps he has a deuce of clubs, perhaps not. Checks it over. Check back from AJ and picks up top 2 pair on the river, perhaps. If Assassin has pocket deuces here, we could see an all-in moment coming up, but may not even have a single deuce, given the fact that the card is misread. Bet of 800, AJ calls. It's Jack deuce. Apparently, AJ will scoop a nice 3K pot.
Dude, I let you off the hook. You like to cheat.
AJ stacking some chips. He's up to 16,000 in his stack.
Yeah, he certainly had a good evening here as the Nick game continues between Kenny and Scott. Kenny's out of there. Another chance for Scott to stick around. And yeah, he's got a playable hand. Jack 10 off in the hijack. Love to see him open this up. And oh no, he's going to limp.
As is Assassin on the button with ace jack.
Yeah, a little bit questionable here as bottom 2 pair here for ZeFish. Queen deuce of diamonds connecting in a big way. Top pair of aces for Assassin. He's gonna bet.
Yeah, this is a situation that I've found myself in often. If I don't raise don't open with an ace jack, an ace 10, flop a top pair, but you let somebody get in there with some trash, like a Queen Dewey, and you're in trouble.
Yeah, Scott needed a king here on the turn to improve to Broadway. Doesn't get it. Neither does a jack come. So still the bottom 2 pair on the flop. Best for ZeFish. But checks to Assassin once again. ZeFish here happy to just let Assassin do the betting. As I think he's got perhaps a little bit more than what is registering there on screen. Betting 850. I want to say he's got at least 1,000 more than what we see there, 1.9K behind. Perhaps he is that shallow, but ZeFish here still just going to keep calling. Scott now headed for the exit and heads up to a river. Another queen, full house for ZeFish. And he donk jams. And yeah, I guess it is actually that short. That looks like a 1K on top of perhaps a black chip or something, not 2 1Ks.
And Assassin says another freaking river. But you were in trouble from the jump, my friend.
He found the fold with the ace-king earlier. This spot pretty gross as well. Like, does ZeFish ever just like float twice with Jack-10 of clubs and then just rip the river here? I mean, there's just so few hands you can really imagine that you beat. And he lets it go. Saves his last 1900.
You did? I think so. Good fold.
Oh yeah, you got to give him the good fold there. Maybe good fold for me, maybe good fold for you.
Counting it for you, buddy.
Here we go. Still with the 2 players, Kenny and Scott, with their knit buttons.
It's 11 and change.
Nobody connecting here, though, between Carlos and Slick Rick. Slick Rick is going to bet the king high, which was good. Take it down.
What's your? I didn't count. You want me to count?
Hand number 98, still almost 300 of y'all watching. Thanks again to everybody that went over and smashed the like button and subscribe to the channel.
You're a funny guy, Carlos.
Where you can catch us every week here on Tuesday night from Dallas. Monday streams from Austin. And Houston joins in the mix. Of course, we do tournaments here on a weekly basis, usually on Saturdays. With my main man, Mitch, doing those live streams. 10-7-5 rainbow here on this flop. Kenny's still got that knit button, itching to get rid of it. A little bit of backdoor equity with the spades. Straight cards. Wasn't really looking for the 6 of hearts. That's really going to improve AJ's hand, who's still sitting there with a pair of 7s and now straight and flush draws. And he's going to continue to build this pot. Kenny with that nit butt may be inclined to call here on another street. He's chewing that gum hard.
He's going to float it, see if he can pick up second pair or trips. No dice.
Straight for AJ instead.
Yeah, AJ should probably recognize that the hesitation there from Kenny indicates he's got a pretty weak hand. Oh, never mind. AJ goes for the huge size. I was going to say, I think you should go small here, just, you know, half pot. Just try to get called by like a 7 or a 5 or 6 or something. But no, he goes
3K all day, baby.
Yeah, why not, I guess.
And this is Mr. Kevin.
The Kev Boz himself?
The Kev Boz himself, Mr. Redbeard.
I'm on the button, so.
You won like.
No, I won one last one.
All right, and the assassin has reloaded.
Yeah, fine. I don't give a shit. You don't get to say. Not tonight, you know.
Just in time for a $100 PLO flip.
No, I'm not scared. You're a scary guy, but I'm not scared.
You respect
No,
the money.
They do a 6-hour stream minutes.
I have
Are we
zero
10
respect
or
for
11 tonight? 10?
I believe we're going to
money. I have a lot of respect for money.
10:45.
Massive amount of money, not small amount of money.
Hey, Kevin, I'm adding 3K.
You should come to Vegas.
All right, everybody chipping up a little bit here as we move into the final 2 hours of the broadcast. RJ Dupree says Kev Boz is aight. Hanging out with us in the chat. He'll be in the box before you know it. Shooting the last hour or so with our boy Eric here.
Like you can pay off your own ticket, you know? It pays off
It's not a money. It's I can't keep myself off the tables thing.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna start playing like 15
All right,
hours
PLO
every
flip
day.
incoming. Slick Rick here turning over the ace 10 of spades and a couple of aces for Kenny. No flush draw. Ooh, top set here for Kenny.
Okay, no, you got a bunch of
Blue 3.
touchdown.
And a 3 of clubs on the end. Deuce 4 is the wheel. Scott gets what he asked for.
Wheel's no good.
And 4 deuce?
Wow. Double king.
Or is there king 10? King 10 must be out there somewhere.
Thought I got there one time.
I knew you were an honest person. Yeah.
There's the king 10. We see it over in, looks like the 1 or the 2 seat with one of the hands that is off the screen.
Yeah.
Wow.
2 tonight, 2 ever.
I've actually never, never won these. I beat him.
Did you win that one?
Oh, yeah.
All right, profit and loss. JRock up about 10K. Slick Rick not too far behind. All the way down to JD, Assassin, and Kenny all stuck. Kenny down about 10 G's.
Drawn dead and caught.
Nit game still going. I mean, we have been midst the nit game for, gosh, feels like 40 hands or something.
Specifically looking at that one.
Maybe I'm exaggerating, but it feels like it's really been sort of dragging on. Just can't win a pot for Kenny or Scott. $75 called multiple ways. 5 players going to see a flop here. Kenny with the ace-5 suited. Brick City for that hand. It's going to be up and downer for the Queen 10. JRock on that one as the graphics keep teasing us with a view of the board and the player's cards. Quick bet from the Queen 10, and that's all she wrote. A little schizophrenic here on the graphics. Hopefully that does not persist, but we'll do what we can. What we got. Another shout out here as we transition to hand number 100. We've got the Spring Classic down at Texas Card House in Spring, kicking off tomorrow, the opening event. Going to run from the 6th through the 17th, all culminating in the 400K guaranteed main event, $600 buy-in event. You can find you can find all the information on texascardhouse.com/spring or on Poker Atlas.
Funny guy. I'm catching my third win, I think.
Did you third win?
Third win.
Third time's a charm.
Open at 125, called in 2 spots. Neither of our nits involved. Queen, queen, deuce, 2 clubs, 1 spade.
I've been thinking about you all day.
Slick Rick flopping the club flush draw, turns a pair of 9s. Best hand.
Love that.
How do you know I did?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, you might have
Spade flush draw here for ZeFish. Checks to him. He's got just 5 high, so yeah, time to take a stab.
Remember back in the, like a long time ago, the lights, you kind of had to cut them, you know, and splice and all of that.
Okay.
My dad was sitting on the couch, and here I am. He's like, make sure you unplug it before you splice. And he's like watching. So I cut, and one time I forgot to unplug it. This is
Check raise to 900.
with the scissors and
Slick Rick.
and, like, I get
Pair
a
and
little
flush
bit
draw,
shocked
ZeFish
when
done
the
with
lights
it.
go out, and he's like chilling, just like looking at me. He's like,
You did?
You did?
That-
You did?
Like he expected that to happen. So
Never
yeah,
did it again.
Close enough? Yeah.
I wasn't trying to be funny. I was trying to be accurate.
In my defense, I was 6.
Yeah. As a child, I said it. Yeah.
Scary, you almost had it perfect.
Fucking learned a big lesson that day. Use plastic fucking scissors, not the metal ones.
All right, $50 straddle is on. Our nits are in the small and big blinds. A little too early here for JD to open the Queen 9-0. Kenny, ace 10, just limps with the nit button from the small blind, inviting Scott and Slick Rick, as well as the assassin, to all see a flop with their super dusty hands. And ace 10 would have been performing reasonably well, I think, had he been able to thin the herd. I suppose Scott probably wasn't folding for any reasonable bet size and would have made second pair here. But as it stands, all 4 players still in to a turn. 10 of hearts. 10 of hearts on the turn. Checks through once more. 6 of spades changes nothing. It's the dusty jack 3 here for Scott. He's looking to win the nit game. And that's going to be a payout of 800 for Kenny.
Wow. Got off the snide.
Got off the schneid, he says.
That was pretty anticlimactic, actually.
I don't think
That
so.
is the longest fucking mid game I think I've
You're the worst
ever done.
That is quite possibly one of our longest net games. Those two folded their way, it seemed, for an eternity.
You guys ready?
Hey, do Nick game again or 7 deuce again? What are you guys
Yeah, it really was. That was a long time.
7 deuce, but up it.
Well, Aaron got a good compliment when I was out getting a beverage. Ran into one of my favorite dealers, a guy named Dane. and he stopped me to tell me what a great job he thinks that you and I are doing, and said he thought you were really funny last night on the tournament stream. But always glad to hear from folks that they appreciate what we're doing. That's what we're here for, is to make this stream enjoyable for you guys. So thank you much, Mr. Dane.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate that very much. And yeah, always nice to hear those kind words. Especially, just people saying that they enjoy what it is that we do here, right? I mean, we're here for entertainment. Let's be honest. Like, the players are on the table here to try to make money and have a good time. We're here just purely to enjoy the game and do our best to sort of fumble our way through talking about strategy and just enjoy ourselves. We are going to have a little bit of a hiccup on this one, so perhaps the cards have not quite been read correctly, or perhaps we're going to have a crash somewhere down the line, but do just prepare yourselves for a little bit of a rocky road on this hand. Did get word from production, as we've got ostensibly top pair versus bottom pair, if these hands can be believed.
It does appear that the 9-10 jack is the flop, so that part is correct.
My eyes doth not deceive me.
Doth not. How about another
jack
jiggity
on the turn? Yeah, top trips for Assassin on the Choctaw Nizzles.
Oh, you're even. What was that guy one time that hit a really big pot in the first hour? On the stream.
Maybe more of just a little camera issue that we couldn't get to see the right view there. The hands were probably correct.
I made a mistake playing too far.
Well, that is just the sweetest from VV there.
Yeah, she told me that she listens to my voice as she goes to sleep, and and I was like, well, does my voice put you to sleep, or it is a fun little thing. But yeah, great fun playing with Vivi in the high roller event, and hopefully I'll be back up there before you know it for the next big event. I think there's a Poker Atlas tour perhaps going to be coming through the Dallas area before too long, but we'll wait for confirmation on that, as hand number 103 is in the rear view, and this shows that we're on hand 103 again, so I'm not exactly sure.
Might be this one, yeah. Quick answer
Uh,
to Parker House's question there. I think I cut you off, Aaron. Sorry, but this stream is a 5-hour stream. It goes from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. on Tuesday nights. So still a couple hours left.
Sound good? Terrible defender.
Yeah, it looks like maybe we just had to ditch that last hand entirely due to the hiccup. So Slick Rick here going to take this one down from the small blind. It feels like Slick Rick has played every hand tonight from the small blind, but making it work as he is in profit.
Yeah, not a big one, but we'll definitely go to some tours and stuff. I'm not a big wine drinker, but I love getting into the. Yeah, I like getting Zombie Valley. I like nosing the glass, and looking at the legs. I like getting all into the science.
It's very romantic.
Yeah, I like getting all into the science. I'm an engineer. I'm just like, oh yeah, look at the legs, try to judge the alcohol concentration, tasting the tannins. And then for the tasting,
JD, a wine nerd, all right.
And I enjoy tasting notes because I don't take them seriously at all. So I just learn all the words, the vocabulary. And I just taste them. Got some oak bark. No. We were like, oh, we're gonna study a little bit, and we have yet not studied it at all yet.
Don't worry, you'll get the French experience.
Squeeze here from JD with the kings after a whole bunch of limpers.
Merci. Merci beaucoup.
You tell him, Kevin.
No, he was just saying the common phrases in French. Hello, good morning, good night, surrender.
Assassin folding accidentally out of turn there.
Slick Rick going to spice this up on the button. 7-6-0, very much outside the bounds of normal operations, but JRock going to come along as well. AJ And take another peek before he ditches his hand. And pocket kings up against two hands. Man in the middle style. Ace in the window. JRock. A bad gut shot for Mr. Slick Rick.
I think you were talking about that, but I think it's at the airport. Like, you don't have to do it in advance.
There's a thing, a device, by the way.
Oh,
And
hello.
that bad gut shot comes in. So
I
bottom
almost
end
did
of
it
the
again,
straight.
Aaron. I said it was going to be spicy in my head, and I didn't spit it out, and there it is. Because now even JRock improved to a straight. What a spicy card indeed.
Well, straight draw, yeah, with the jack.
Yeah.
Top pair with the up and down area.
I didn't tell you the card that I got last night.
JD here, yeah, hating this, but check flop. Normally you wouldn't just want to fold, but he's still got a player behind. So yeah, he's going to let the kings go. That's the right fold. Slick Rick, of course, is like, did I somehow just get there with 7-6-0? Yeah, okay, double check. And now this straight looks real bad, but JRock is in an even worse spot with top two pair here. Checks it over, and Slick Rick is like, do I really want to show this down, or should I bet it?
So what did you do with the one you got over?
And if you bet it, what do you do if they jam on you?
The 2023 Audi R8 GT, which is only
That's the Audi.
He's going to bet it 2/3. Love to see it. Slick recognizing that his hand is worthy of value. And the flip side is that if his opponent folds, he doesn't have to show 7-6 off. Like, yeah, super lucky. One time.
the F-Type R, 75th edition. It's got the beautiful sounding super.
JRock's hand
and then September
is really good. He's got the ace of spades. He can even turn it into a bluff, but he obviously is not thinking that at all. His body language is hero call or fold.
Yeah, absolutely. You beat the two pairs and the busted heart draws, but what else do you beat here?
Man, and if Slick Rick gets paid here, it's going to be a gift from the poker gods, because how is he even in there on the flop, let alone getting max value from two pair on the river? Just incredible.
People actually drive those for some fucking.
I'm not gonna drive them. This is the last year to make. I mean, there's not any more.
He has certainly chose the correct size here, as JRock is just like right on the edge of whether or not he's going to call or fold this. And he's got the calling chips in hand. It is just a bump and a nudge away from going across the line. Slick Rick Dragon, a $8,400 pot.
I was telling him the two longest times I quit was when she was pregnant. Queen beats me.
And there it is.
Oh, dude.
It's like, how about 7-6? Oh, yeah. Max value, Slick Rick.
7 off?
Your dad had a Judy Herbertson special last week. I've been sober a week.
I just wanted to stack JD, he said.
I'm going to hit the mute button on that one. We're on a little delay, and I think a player was on mic in the bathroom again, so might have to warn those guys. I actually heard that conversation as I was in the bathroom on my little break, so we'll put the table volume back on shortly. Let that player finish that bathroom conversation. It was a little bit of a locker room type conversation. I'll just leave it at that.
Very good, very good. Very
Here we go.
What does that even mean?
Nice pickup there for Slick Rick. You don't often get the opportunity to win an $8,400 chip pot, $8,400 pot with 7-6 off.
Shakespeare, you know.
It's a good time.
Did I lose a knit button? Or did someone have 7-2?
Just half table. Can you give them their cards back so that they can play?
5 ways to a flop here after AJ raises with the ace king. Nobody connecting here. Pocket nines. Still the best hand. Assassin with a gut shot backdoor diamonds. Gonna go ahead and bet once it gets to him.
Yeah, ZeFish had his number tonight. He's not going anywhere yet.
Another overcard here. Checky. Assassin missing an opportunity to perhaps just barrel his way to the victory, but ZeFish will get to show down the nines, and that's good.
You had me at the flop.
Had you before, out there, everywhere.
That's a turn I had.
Assassin learning valuable lesson he learned earlier. Don't continue to bluff the ZeFish. He will call you down.
Carlos, you straddling? Sorry. Are you straddling? Yeah, I'll straddle. That's all right.
It's allowed.
All right, Kenny gonna limp it from under the gun. Scott follows suit next to act. ZeFish on the suited connector, and Carlos in the same boat makes the call. All red cards represented, and it's a set of fives for Scott. Gut shot for Carlos. Gonna stick around. All four players still in this, and it is a six.
It is a six.
Gut shot connects for Carlos, but it is a club, so we check all the way through, and the river's an ace, so Kenny even gets a piece by the river. Really, it's just ZeFish here with the bottom pair and the sort of bad blocker. Carlos gonna bet, what was that, 325? We're getting some schizophrenic graphics action here once again.
Teasing us a little bit.
Carlos bets, Kenny calls Scott with a set of fives. Yeah, he's somehow just only gonna lose the minimum here.
Yeah.
Ugh, can't believe it, really. He's like, damn.
Check on the turn.
Pop a set, get wrecked.
Should have folded the river.
Nah, you're just fortunate to only lose 325, so you take that.
Sure.
And you be happy about it.
Yeah, that hand easily could have played a little different. Big raise pre with the ace-jack, maybe fives calls, and those two would be just
You learn about shit in history class?
really battling it out when that ace hits on the river. But Carlos, glad it played slow pre. He'll take that banked straight there on the turn.
Absolutely. Another look at profit and loss. Slick Rick up 14,000. Kenny down 12. So those two players sort of opposite ends of the spectrum. Everyone else in between in some capacity. Scott here. With the ace queen. We're going to raise it up. So
They do that shit too.
Raise pot here.
They get in trouble for that shit though. So.
Oh, I want to beat the South this time.
Greek life kids, you know?
You do anything for the total?
I'm just gonna hang out at the house, I think.
You'll be back by then.
Yeah, I'll be back. April 8th or something. I'll be back there. I think we're just gonna try to see in the backyard, but we'll see what the weather looks like. If the weather's bad that day, I might try to move a little bit, but that would suck.
Yeah,
right?
not enough
but,
there.
My work sent out a thing. They're like, this is on a Monday, so they sent out like an email. And they're like, oh, you know, from like 12 to 1, we can like walk in the parking lot and go take a look. And I was like,
Yeah, strange hand there, Pez. We've seen a lot of kind of strange limps tonight. Some have been quite disastrous post-flop.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck off.
I drove to Missouri to see the last one.
Yeah. Oh, did you?
Union, Missouri, the town as big as this building. My son wanted to go, so I was like, all right, let's go.
It was sick, right?
Oh, dude,
It was sick, yeah.
ridiculous.
It sounds awesome.
I got pictures and videos on my phone. It's crazy.
And Aaron, I believe the 7 Deuce game is back on now that they don't have the knit button game on. Is that correct?
They like track all the way. It was like a 3-hour thing. Like, from
Well, there was some talk about it, and then somebody wanted to up the
we're gonna get a little nerdy into
the payout, or whatever you want to call it, the bounty. But it sounded to me like it wasn't confirmed. Maybe it did, and I didn't catch it, but I am
Just
uncertain.
get the glasses. Get the glasses ahead of time. Yeah, that's get the proper glasses. So get them like now. You have to get them. I got some signing experience in my head we're playing, so what am I looking at? You can do pinhole art where you like punch holes in paper and like hold it up and you can like see the shape of the shadows change. It's kind of cool.
Max and Dime says, I want to get on one of these tables one day. I know I will win. Well, to that we say bring it on, and we will give you the information after this hand. Tell you how to
You'll see like one side's like blurry, one side's
join
like,
us.
The shadow is like sharp because like the sun, like one side's like a wide and one's like really narrow. So like you can kind of see where you're at based on the shadows.
Yeah, we'd love to have you on, Max and Dime. Anyone else that wants to play too, not just on this one, plenty of opportunities to get on a live stream. We have Mondays and Thursdays at 2-5 and 1-3 respectively out of Austin, as well as brand new table installed over in RGV. We're going to get some live streams coming out of our RGV location, so all sorts of good stuff coming up in terms of live stream action. So it doesn't have to be the 5, 10 and a quarter or the bigger game. You can play some of the smaller stakes. Show us how it's done.
It's crazy as all the cicadas and
And here you go. To play on this particular stream, our Tuesday night stream, this is who you contact. The lovely Miss Mallory. TCH Live DTX at TexasCardHouse.com, or take a quick snapshot of that QR code.
Right around it, like right before, like is
Tell Mallory that you would like to play on this Tuesday night stream.
Get places like for it, so you need to plan a little bit ahead and have some options.
I'm excited that the RGV club down there in Edinburgh, Texas is going to get to streaming. That is a fun little club. Good folks. And it seems to be growing and rocking. They've had some good tournaments lately as well.
And then during the total,
Carlos raising from the button gets 2 callers, and he's going to flop bottom set here.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, during the total.
I wish I would have had a better camera.
Out of the woods as he's up against 2 gut shot straight draws.
I'm not even gonna really try.
Backdoor flush opportunities as well. Check to Carlos. He is going to fire out a wager of 350, so a pretty chunky bet, and that is actually going to clear the equities. He'll take it down.
So there was a big thing that you signed.
Had a little sigh of frustration there, but I tell you what, you'll gladly take that down, flopping a set on that board and not having anybody connect and hit a straight or some sort of a backdoor flush on you.
Yeah, it's always a blessing and a curse when you flop a huge hand and get your opponents to fold, because it's like you're either going to win a small one, very likely, or you're going to lose a big one.
Yep. Pull over the side of the road,
completely crush it
walk
like
into
that.
this like park. I mean, they had a great time still, but like they're just like, there's no like, you know, they're trying to get out of the city. Like they're like, that was.
Yeah, very rare that you get the gin card type of situation that Scott woke up with on hand number 5.
Yeah.
Next time I know you're playing, I'll bring Mr. Hanky.
Yeah, it'll be busier than usual for sure.
No doubt.
Another king sighting. Just a call from Scott with the ace-queen.
Yeah, JRock with ace-jack.
Ace-jack, yeah.
7 deuce sneaking in there, making bottom pair to go with the 5s on board. Of course, the kings are miles ahead, but 7 deuce, if you had to pick a flop that wasn't just 7-7 deuce or something, this one's not too bad. Assassin here after a little bit more Graphics on, graphics off. Will make the call. Heads up to a turn. ZeFish way out in front. Just needed to fade a deuce. Honestly, 7, no good. So the 6 of clubs, no additional equity here. It's showing Assassin with only 500 behind, but he has added on and is on substantially more than that. Checky, 10 of hearts, so the front door flush does come in. Assassin has the 7 of hearts, but he may just think he has enough showdown value against, you know, ace-jack, ace-queen, something like that, that he doesn't need to bluff. 1,500 thereabouts in the middle, but he is going to bet. Goes for the small size 1/3. A little bit over. Not quite 1/2, though.
And they have had a good table dynamic. ZeFish already laughing.
ZeFish is never folding here. Just a question of can he ever raise for thin value, but oh, what?
Why not?
What?
What?
And the 7 deuce game can't be on because he's not showing it.
I have no idea, but that can't be. That literally can't be the hand. He can't have had kings. You never fold kings here.
For that bet, you can't.
You never fold kings, and you never don't show 7 deuce. Everything had to have been wrong there. We must have been completely off. I don't know. We'd have to ask the players what they actually had there, but I don't believe what we just saw. I don't believe it.
That was nuts.
Maybe you can answer this, Eric. Dimitri wants to know how much experience is needed to be a dealer at Texas Card House.
Dimitri, we have a lot of dealers who have been dealing for decades, and we have some brand new dealers who've been dealing for just a few months. We're busy enough to where we keep growing, and obviously, like any job, there is turnover. People leave and you know, go on to other ventures, but you definitely have to go through an audition to be part of the Texas Card House dealer team. They definitely try to keep our dealers as professional as they can. So I think you know, that's something that you can get on our website and fill out an application or come check out and try to talk to one of our floor managers to get a little bit more information. But you know, there's a lot of people that have dealt just at home games that have come in here and done really well. So.
He's got a much bigger online presence.
Pez saying that he thought he heard Assassin say all in, so perhaps the bet was so much larger than what we thought it should be that he did actually fold the kings. I honestly, I don't know. I saw the chips that went across the line, and it didn't look like an all-in to me, but yeah.
And even if he did, once the fold was, you got to show the 7 deuce, right?
Right?
Especially to the player who's had your number tonight.
Yeah, I don't know. That one was just too weird. I just can't believe it.
Definitely going to ask ZeFish off screen when we get out of here if that's the case. We'll have to get back to you next week.
All right, checks all the way through here. Ace King high still best. 4 diamonds on the turn doesn't change anything. It's I suppose AJ picks up a gut shot. All else remains the same. Ace King high still best. JD here still has his gut shot. Pretty reasonable spot, honestly, to bet repping a 7. You just put like half pot out there and see if you can get it through, but he checks. And it's Slick Rick who's going to value bet the Ace King, mostly just to try to clear out the equity, but he will clear out all of the equity. Take it down. All right, Max and Dime, there's the link in the chat right now if you would like to come down and play in Austin. We got 1-3 on Thursdays, 2-5 on Mondays, so a little bit more, you know, low stakes, accessible price point if you'd like to play on the stream. So you can follow the link there. Tell us who you are, when you want to play, and do our best to get you in the lineup.
Basically waking up.
Yeah, and do apologize. We mentioned earlier some of these little graphics ticks that have been taking place with the hands popping up and disappearing. Something we're working on. Those tech issues obviously are something that we want to get a hold of as quickly as we can, but sometimes it's hard right in the middle of the stream. We definitely don't want to hit a hard reset and shut down the stream. So we're just going to continue to rock with it and hope maybe some of these little kinks will work their way out. But you're not the only one, Pez, whose head has just been dizzy looking at some of this.
Carl's here, you mean?
Yeah.
All right, $50 straddle is on to hand number 115. Mr. Kenny, the superstar actor extraordinaire, going to call from under the gun. Towley says make it 420 to go. Nope, 520. 420? 420? I thought it was 420, yeah.
420 to call.
Scott with 7 deuce, seemingly. Looks like we've got some more misreading going on as, yeah, a little bit of struggle bus here for graphics package. Bear with us as we get a call from AJ. Carlos now in the tank.
Might just be flat calling here with aces. No.
Folding. Yeah.
Oh, we've got a battle of the 7 deuce.
Wow.
Hey, Jerry, you on the button? Or
And
no?
Kenny with the Jack Link's mystery hand.
A little deuce of spades out there. A couple of bottom pairs.
900.
Three-quarter continue here from Scott. Going to try to power this one through, and he is going to get the job done.
Boom.
7 deuce, baby.
I had 7 too. Fuck.
The unlikely one actually.
The unlikely
I had
one.
7 too.
You had me beat, okay?
Yeah.
Carlos said he had 7 deuce.
Here's my 100.
Throw me. Did
And they're doing $100.
he play? Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go.
We'll be testing when he gets back.
Pocket threes.
Everybody's 100.
$800.
Hey, brother. Assassin, did you get assassin?
Yeah, that's
There you
a
go.
sexy little payday.
Pass it down.
That's right.
Where I pulled a 7-2.
Rick,
Kevin's thinking, man, I dealt you the shittiest 2 cards in the deck, and I just made a $35 tip. Let's go.
Well played, nice hand.
That's not that
It's nice to flop a little sliver. Yeah. You know, a little
That is true. When you flop at least catching a deuce or a 7,
I'm like, well, shit, I can't beat that.
you can continue that story a little bit more confidently and get your opponents to fold, but it helps when they completely whiff as well.
JD gets back, it's like, you lost 100, you weren't even here.
Yeah. Assassin will lose it.
Yeah, that one's a little bit weird. Like, if you didn't see your hand, do you still have to pay out the 7 deuce tax? I generally think the answer there is no, but it may have been that those players looked at their hand, folded, and then left the table, at which point they paid out the tax
You lost money, buddy.
while they were away from the table. But that would have been
Being away
fair.
from the table.
For sure. If you're away from the table,
Cost you money
should
being away
have
from
to.
the table.
Guess who did a 7 deuce?
Who?
Just guess.
Heiskanen.
Got it? Got it through?
Yeah. Both called 400 on the flop. 2 calls.
Is it a hand you made at 425 for that one?
2 calls and then I got away with it. I flopped the 2.
And Carlos at 7 deuce.
I was thinking about getting in there.
You probably have the edge because you're in front of me. You know, it's different. Like you launch and then I'm out.
Lost 100, assassin.
Huh?
You lost 100.
No.
7 deuce.
How? What?
What the hell?
Tooth Fairy came by? How?
No force speed.
You were all in and you lost. Sorry, buddy. Lost your stack. All right, ace 6 deuce as top pair for Kenny. Pocket 5's effective 3rd pair. Not the worst flop in the world. So AJ actually going to do the betting as he has the pre-flop lead. Continues on the turn, bluffing with the 5s, and if you're going to bet 2 streets, this one actually comes in to fill out the wheel if you ever had 4 5s. So, I don't know. Do you just have to YOLO this and hope Kenny finds the fold, or do you just give him credit for an ace and then he's never letting it go and just shut her down? AJ trying to figure this one out.
Yeah, the ones like the cheese that
Shuts
you guys
her
have.
down.
Yeah, yeah. I
No 3K overbet this time from AJ.
Actually, Lauren, if you have 2, I'll get 2.
Got to feel good to drag a pot there for Mr. Kenny, though. He's had a rough night so far.
Sure, I'll use it.
That was pretty cool, that card spinning.
Yeah, it's like some of those little spinners that people bring to the table with them, usually during tournaments, and they'll
Fidget
set those
spinners
things to
or whatever
spin
the
in.
hell. Yeah.
Yeah, not necessarily the fidget spinners. I remember that little fad, whatever that was about. But
I've seen some little round ones now.
Yeah, there's like there's little discs, there's little globes, there's things with little patterns on them, so it's kind of hypnotizing if you watch them. Yeah, all kinds of little things that people will use to add some
Try
flair.
to
But
hypnotize your opponents. Is that what the goal is?
I don't know, man. But I see them pretty regular. People bring them and set them to spinning during a hand, and you know, you look over at them and you're like, what the? Oh, that they got some little thing.
You
little
will
trinket
call.
spinning
You
away.
will call when I have the nuts. You will call.
4 players to a flop. All the 8s represented. Pair of 9s. For ZeFish. Both players probably just looking to get to showdown here, although check, ZeFish is happy to put a little bet, a big bet out there, never mind. Power that one through.
Yeah. And number 118, we are due for some carnage. It's been tame the last few hands. Do a $50 straddle on. JD gonna raise it up with the AK. 125. Kenny got a suited queen 8. Gonna make a call. And Slick Rick not gonna continue with the queen jack off. Out of position. Would have flopped the best. So Kenny now has the best against JD.
Yeah, not for long, but he does have outs. Still
absolutely
going to win this one 33% of the time. But JD picking up top pair, top kicker, time to bet, and full pot.
Oof.
Yeah, wrong suit there on the end for Kenny. It's a diamond. JD has the king of diamonds. Could still potentially get value, and he's usually not shy about going thin for value in spots like this. But if he does bet, it's kind of got to be like half pot, maybe 600 something to try to get paid. And yeah, there it is, 600.
Bingo. Nailed it.
Can't go too big with the flush draw coming in, but certainly a reasonable line to take. Kenny does release the third pair. Well played, JD. Hand number 120 in full swing, $50 straddle on. JD will get things started from up front.
Oh, for sure.
9-6 suited in the low jack. Definitely a low frequency play. Slick Rick gonna come along from blind, as will the Assassin and JRock. Everybody repping a suit. Clubs not represented, but here we go. 9-4 tray, 2 spades. And what do you know? Pair and a flush draw for JD, but he's up against a superior flush draw for Assassin. Both Slick Rick and JRock making a pair, so there's a little bit of something here for everybody, but Slick Rick is like, not good enough. King 4.
Got a spade one time.
Ooh,
maybe the deuce of spades.
Oh, that would be gross.
Oh, okay, all right.
Oh, yeah.
Couldn't have been farther from it.
Yeah, it doesn't change the texture here. It's still top pair and a flush draw. JD getting called in 2 spots. Probably still feels pretty decent about his hand, but he is going to be losing to some of the like Jack 9s or the World Queen 9s. You know, something like Ace 5 can certainly call, 5-6 suited, 7-8 suited certainly call, and Assassin is going to lead here. He picks up a gut shot to the Queen High straight to go with his flush draw. He's going to lead for 925. All things considered, pretty big bet, nearly full pot. And I think JD here is going to be pretty comfortable to call this in position.
When did you get it?
Yeah.
Sir?
When did you get it, the Maserati?
2 Saturdays ago.
And harmless ace of diamonds on the end, finishing with just Queen High is the Assassin.
Got Avondale.
3,000 in the pot, though. He's just going to surrender. Wave the white flag.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for him to rep anything because let's say that he did have something like Jack 10 or something that just kind of floated and then picked up top pair. Like, yeah, sure, okay, lead and just kind of see what happens. But then the ace on the end, I don't know, it just doesn't make a ton of sense to continue betting if you have sort of that middling value. You kind of just need to have like a set to continue betting for value. Maybe some sort of 2-pair combinations. It's kind of rare. I think the give up is pretty reasonable. JD certainly happy showed out the 9.
Absolutely.
6.
French can't be read, like New Yorkers.
Carlos deciding to raise finally with a monster, it seems like, with the ace deuce of diamonds.
Beautiful people. Very accommodating. Just a honeymoon.
Just me and you? Way, you're talking way too much.
Show the deuce.
It was a 7. Oh my God.
Yeah, a little ribbing there from from AJ. Carlos, though, take it down.
Yeah, would have loved to have seen the deuce there, but
I could do that.
So here's my because my
Crazy Frenchman, you've got a space there. Go ahead and take that out, and you'll get what you're looking for.
To lose that, all good because it's multicultural. It's a lot of different. So my Algerian French to me are actually a lot nicer than French. French, no offense, are a little bit racist.
We heard that, AJ.
He tried to cover up the mic.
All right, Slick Rick opening with the 7s on the button. No takers. And he shows just the 7 along with another.
Now this would be a good time to offer the players insurance when it's at $100 versus the $20 penalty that we started the night with. Showing the one card and seeing if anybody wanted to get a buyout, maybe for one green chip. Might be interesting.
If he does it again, I'll
be a fun sweat for sure.
All right, another peek here at profit and loss. Slick Rick up still nearly 15,000. Big distance between he and the next closest winner. About a 7K profit for the next man up.
I didn't expect it from him, I guess.
Yeah, what a night for Slick Rick.
What just happened?
Yeah, really just sort of the one misstep. He hero called a little bit light and got shown the goods in that one spot. Outside of that, mostly on the up and up.
We'll let you go. We'll let you slide.
JD and ZeFish make the call, as does Carlos. 4 players, 2 flop.
4 ways. Let's go.
Represented. It's all reds.
Tell me the truth, man. You didn't actually see Carlos' hand when you saw that one.
Did I?
Bottom pair, backdoor flush draw for Slick Rick. Pocket 9 is actually just still the best hand. It's a gut shot for the 6-5 of clubs as we flash the graphics at you and make you dizzy. But Slick Rick is going to bet the 4s and take it down.
Just flash us. Keep them up there. You'll get more beads. Yeah, you'll get more beads that way. Oh, Lordy. Question in the chat real quick from Leaf Morgan. Who is Slick Rick? It's actually RIC because it's short for Eric. But if you have an Instagram account, check out Slick Rick Poker. He's a recent Ivy League grad turned professional poker player who's kind of doing the circuit and making some videos and some fun content right now. And not sure if he's going to be a poker player forever, but he's currently crushing it and enjoying life.
I'm surprised he folded actually. I was using the ace to my advantage.
I mentioned earlier he's got almost 230,000 followers on his Instagram account, so worth checking out.
Yeah, that's pretty spicy right there. Open a 150 from Assassin. JRock calls. AJ Carlos come along as well. Ace high flop would have been juicy, but instead it's a 9 Triz flop. And nobody connects.
The 9 Triz.
The 9 Triz. Oh, man, it's all. Ace Queen high, best here for JRock. He'll make the call after Assassin continues. pair now for Assassin. Goes from second best to top dog. Checks the turn and harmless 5 of hearts now on the end. Should be going for some value here.
Yeah, Assassin trying to dig out of a pretty big hole here. He's wanting to get some value.
Going to show him his all in here as didn't have his chip stack quite updated appropriately. JRock is going to get away from the ace high, and Assassin will take down a 1K pot. And with that, we're going to go ahead and tick over the 10 o'clock hour, which means it's time for me to step out. Mr. RJ Dupree to step in. What's going on, my man? How you doing?
Good, Aaron. How are you?
Doing very well. It was nice to see you up in Dallas over the weekend. Happy to put a personality and face all together. So it's great to see you, and hope to be back up there before long. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and step out of the way, let you and Eric take over the airwaves for the last hour of the broadcast. I want to thank everybody for tuning in, hanging out with me, and I'll see you next week. You guys have a good night. Take care.
Another fun night, brother. Take care, man.
We'll have to have a longer rendezvous next time.
That sounds good. That sounds good. Yeah, maybe I'll come up for the whole series or something, and we'll have a day in between where we can actually all go out and do something instead of just play cards and pitch cards
yes,
the whole weekend.
Yeah, we need it.
Sounds good. All right, you guys take care. I'll see you later. Good night.
All right, later.
And just like that, Aaron McAvoy signing off. It's now the RJ Dupree and Easy E show.
Easy E, the baton has been handed to us.
All right, all right. We've had a pretty fun one so far. We've had some big action and kind of some lulls in between. We're hoping this last hour will end pretty crazy. Maybe some carnage, maybe a little bloodbath.
Yeah, good fun crew tonight. Looks like a crew that can create some carnage here in the last hour, so I like it.
Running clubbies.
Unfortunately, this hand is meh.
Pretty meh hand. Everybody hitting a piece. Slick Rick has the biggest piece and the biggest stack.
Slick Rick putting it on him tonight.
He likes big stacks and he cannot lie. I'm gonna have to ask him about those curls. Is that a new thing? Is that natural?
Yeah, he's been rocking those here the last couple of streams he's been in. He's been rocking those. He used to wear a hat all the time.
You and I grew up in the 80s. You know, born in '79. We grew up in the 80s. I'm not sure when you were born.
Right. Fashion is cyclical.
You remember back in the day when the men were getting perms?
Sure, yeah, I had one.
I'm not accusing Slick Rick
of the 5th grade.
I'm not accusing him of having a perm, but if he's got a perm, he's rocking that. And he's a good-looking son of a gun, so I'm not hating.
Yeah, I am guilty of having the curlers in my hair when I was about 11 years old.
Sweet baby
yeah,
Jesus.
I think I had some Bosworth stripes on the side in the middle of Oklahoma and some perm in the back. It was awesome.
For those of you who don't know who Bosworth is, Google Brian Bosworth.
Yeah.
Crazy Oklahoma football player.
Mark Wee, thank you for the shout out in the chat. RJ, my new favorite dealer. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, I enjoyed shipping you that 5K PLO bomb pot the other day. That was awesome.
Thought we might have got to see a flop there with those sneaky pocket deuces, but instead AJ's just going to take that one down.
Take her down.
His stack is right there at 15K, so he and Slick Rick could get into a $30 bombski.
And if you do Google Brian Bosworth and you picture his hair with a perm in the back, God love you.
The mullet with
because
the stripes.
it is not pretty.
The mullet with the stripes in the side, man. He was wild. Uh-oh, VV giving Slick Rick a shout out.
Shout out. He's a hottie. Uh-oh. See if we can get a hottie of a hand here with a bunch of Broadway holdings right here.
Let's see if Kevin can not give us the 9-3-3 flop. JD's going to try to take it down pre-flop, though, with his suited king-queen. Carlos, suited ace here. A lot of action behind him. He's going to play that conservatively and let it go.
JD 3-betting with king queen suited in the cutoff. Not necessarily the best of it, but trying to take advantage of his cutoff position here.
JRock will not be pushed around. And AJ says, what the hell? I got a suited Jack 10.
Let's see a flop.
Let's dance.
I'm good.
AJ.
What a flop. AJ with top pair. JD with the clubbies.
It's like an ice cream.
That's why I worry. That's why I worry, man. It's not to worry, though.
2,300 in the pot already. JD gonna put out 750.
But normally just like some kind of add a little to it.
The only person not really enjoying this flop at all is gonna let it go.
Yeah, I'm not so used to it.
JRock with the best hand pre, but does not connect.
Cigarette and coffee. Cigarette
Ooh,
and coffee. I can do it anything else.
7 of clubs. No waiting for JD. Picks it up right here on the turn. Holding the king and queen of clubs. He will flush the turn.
AJ, of course, not dead. Can still hit a 10 or 6 on the river for a full house. But JD is loving that 7 of clubs. 3,800 in the pot. He's going to check it back. Tricky, tricky. Trappy, trappy.
Oh, and the jack of clubs ruins our action.
Jack of clubs. Go away.
AJ will hold top 2 here, but with a 4 club run out and a paired board, he's not going to be real excited about it.
Might put a blocker bet out.
Not very relaxing.
Definitely reaching, thinking.
Pondering.
Yeah, until somebody calls me.
And it's like a burning rage, like
Until somebody calls me or an air like that. Give me, baby. Give me. So yeah, that's not relaxed.
JD disturbed by some wild action there on table 4, it looks like.
That's why I want to start.
By the way, the room is absolutely banging out there.
Saw that. Full room.
Like 16 cash games. Finishing up the Black Chip Bounty Tournament.
On a Tuesday night.
It is hopping.
This club is 24 hours. We do not shut down.
He's reaching for the disc.
That is no blocker bet. That is the chunkiest of chunky of bets.
Just a little friendly 1,800 into 4K.
It's still on the value heavy side. Yeah, that jack of clubs was no fun. I believe that's Big Shaq in the background.
Yes, it was. I actually walked by when that happened.
Old Shaq Daddy. Kind of a newer player who's become a regular over the last several months, and we enjoy him.
Yeah, kind of a fun moment for me. This stream runs on a 15-minute delay, so I walked in about 15 minutes ago, so I saw him jumping up from his table and dancing around that he had hit something good.
He said, hit me. Table 4, I'm guessing, is a PLO game?
Yes.
All right. JD's going to take that one down, win about $2,300 worth of profit. Nice when you're 3-bet with King Queen.
Yeah.
Works out for you.
Makes
when you smash the
makes
board.
into a smasher. Ace Queen, you got no shot against that King Queen 3-bet. Just like full tilt back in the day. King Queen 70-30 to any ace.
While he was playing 2-5. It sucks. You're too rich, you cannot enjoy anything.
7-2.
Oh! Do I still get it?
A walk. He gets a walk to
Does he
his
still
7
get it?
deuce. Raise it up, Rick.
I'm in the hand.
Hey,
Boo.
you pay.
Yeah. He
what
gets
I
a
would
walk
say.
and $800.
Bring it on. Make it rain.
That is amazing. The 7 deuce game is on. Each player has to pay $100 if their opponent wins with 7 deuce.
No, because a lot of times you win it without
And
single
Slick
flop.
Rick gets
People try to win it.
a walk, doesn't have to put a single extra chip in with his 7 deuce, and gets a free $800 from the table. How about that?
That is some run good right there.
That is some run good. Demoria is saying that Slick Rick is running hot tonight. Ain't no lie.
A walkthrough.
You're not even trying to make money, and you make money.
Running hot tonight.
Good luck, Ben. Awesome. Well played.
Thank you guys.
I've never seen that situation before, actually.
Yeah.
Never seen it.
I said, I hope he doesn't have 7 deuce. Boom.
Boom.
Well, if I raise or call, you could re-jam me, and I'm gonna get all sorts of shit. Yeah, he's gonna outplay me.
We've had some nights where the 7 deuce game has been on, and they just cannot get it through. And tonight, it's been pretty fun.
The 7 deuce game has been wild. Sometimes it creates all kind of chaos. Sometimes it creates all kinds of carnage. You never know what it's going to bring.
Sometimes it just doesn't work.
Sometimes you get a walk in the straddle and collect $800.
I mean, it gives them incentive not to give you a walk, right? Like, they just give you a walk. Like,
Yeah, well, okay.
It's on us.
When you think about it, yeah.
It's on us.
If you win that, he won that.
Yeah.
He did it.
I don't see why he wouldn't get it.
Funny story. The $500 one? Everybody fucking folded the second big. And he had
Funny
seven
story.
bigs. He had to walk.
Everybody folded, and we all had to pay, including you.
That is fantastic.
We try not to pay him. I'm sorry. I was trying to clean the
Carla
chips.
disc right there. I see that.
Dirt spot on
He's
it.
got enough chips to raise with the suit aces I noticed a while ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ace deuce fired up. Some fun holdings here.
He had to lay down his queens earlier tonight.
How rude.
Was shown the 7 deuce.
Oy.
Pretty gross spot.
It's a sweat.
Mr. AJ got that one through.
You get a walk right now, you get a little sweat. A little free roll.
Now we're going to have what we normally see in the lower stakes game. We're going 6 ways to a flop. Jack 3, 5.
Heck, I call.
Rainbow. Skittles. Taste the rainbow. If our graphics will cooperate, we'll see who connected here. But they're not. They're just going to tease us.
They're kind of being mean to us tonight, aren't they?
There you go. JD flopping the best of it by far with the King Jack.
Backdoor clubs. Not a whole lot of resistance out there. Slick Rick lands middle pair with his 4-5 of diamonds. He also has backdoor diamonds. Queen of hearts.
Shouldn't be too many queens in Slick Rick's holding. Goes check, check.
Players are on their best behavior.
Rick is going to check it. He might call JD down for a small bet here after JD checked that turn to him. See JD put something out here, and he does. He goes 1,000 into 1260. Just a little too rich for Slick Rick.
A little too rich and not a whole lot of bluff equity there. So
He's proposing new rules.
Another 885 going JD's way.
Let's go to the next one.
So what do you want? That's going to happen so infrequently.
Now, have you been telling Vicky your bedtime stories tonight?
No, but she did mention that we are the ones who tuck her in late at night.
Yes.
And I don't know if she goes to bed, nice and dreamy, or if it's a nightmare. Hearing our voice.
Well, I appreciated it.
Win the hand 7 deuce.
Thank
you
you,
get paid.
Vicky, for that.
It's fair. It's fair. We all get paid. It's fine.
I appreciate.
How about the 7 deuce suited variety for Slick Rick, and this time in position.
7 deuce on the button.
We know.
I appreciate being Vicky's storyteller.
He's not going to get it completely through, though. No walk this time. AJ
Hello.
has the 3s. And JD has my favorite pocket pair, the 2 black queens.
Ladies.
Venus and Serena, baby. They never lose.
Never.
Never lose.
Dominated for a decade or so.
The 2 beautiful queens. He's gonna come in and make the call.
Coming in hot. That $800 he picked up on that.
Yeah, I thought he put in a
straddle
raise there,
7
but
deuce. He's putting it back in.
thankfully for him, he did not try to re-raise there. Does have position.
And he has flopped squadouche. Queens will hold the best of it.
Not a single spade on that board. Not a single spade. AJ looking at that 4 going, why can't you be a 3?
Oh.
7, 7, 8.
JD checking to the button just in case he has 7 Dewey. Oh dear.
Yeah, 7-7 Q would have been a nasty, nasty flop.
What a check right there. That's a ridiculous check. What a check.
JD commenting before the hand on how lucky Slick Rick has been, kind of needling him. And Slick Rick is now leading into him for 900. What do you have, kid? What do you have? Besides a good head of hair and a good smile. I don't believe you.
Oh my goodness.
Hello, ladies.
Well, the good news is that card should slow down 7 deuce. Will he get crazy?
Wisely checks back. Hard to represent the ace-king. Could he represent a king here, though?
Oh, baby.
Because JD is probably not going to be betting this river.
JD
Nasty river
hates
card.
that river. It's going to take a juicy bet here, but could it happen?
Moria says, JD, time to get paid. That was definitely on the turn.
All right, JD's going to throw out a blocker here. This is as professional gets if you replay this hand. JD's a rock star.
Oh, Rick's going to fold it.
Unbelievable.
Shows the 7 deuce.
7
Trying to
deuce.
win 2 on a row.
Thank you, JD.
7 deuce, huh?
Would that be a 2 in a row?
Would have been awesome to see if he could find a way to represent the king there, because if he puts in a bet big enough, JD might have to fold.
What a
there.
ridiculous hand. That is a fantastic check by JD on the flop and a fantastic blocker bet on the river.
It's just 100.
That is as big league as it gets right there. JD, kudos, sir.
$100 per
Jay Diggles.
As usual.
Another 2,500 going his way in profit.
$2,000 a person.
Are you happier now? That I lost some money?
No.
Yeah, and everybody at the table now,
Nobody's happy 'cause you lost
6
some
of our
money.
9 players have over 12.5K in their stack. So with just 40 minutes to go in the stream, we could see some big, big pots.
Oh, really?
Players getting a little tired, getting a little antsy. See if we can't get some carnage, baby.
I'll let you pick a different run out next time. I'll let you pick a different run out.
Gonna be hard to with the 3 deuce and 9-4 and Q4
How close are you to the water? How close are you to the water?
on an ace, ace, 6 Skittles board.
I think I was kind of
Carlos got 60% of a steel wheel.
Trying to hear JD talk about that last game.
Okay, I'll shut up.
No, don't do it.
Keep a secret. Keep a secret.
See, I shut up and now he shuts up. That's
No,
not-
that's rude.
A B.
He is happy to be very proud of his set of queens, especially on that run out. I don't think he revealed his queens, but he feels good about it. ZeFish, coolest screen name we have, by the way.
You weren't here earlier to find out that Seat 6 is a Western actor.
Yeah?
Did you know that, Mr. Kenny Schreiber? He's a Western actor, just won an award for a Western film in 2023.
Heck yeah.
So we've got a Instagram and YouTube celebrity in Slick Rick, and we've got a real live actor, country bumpkin, Mr. Western himself, Mr. Kenny Schreiber in seat 6.
Very nice. Watch your ear, Ringo.
That's a good goal.
Got some mystery hands here.
Cards may have not been scanned, so we don't know exactly what their holdings are, but Carlos and JRock battling it out in this hand. Go and check on the turn. Who wants it?
Give me a 9-10 for JRock. Yeah.
Just a big ace.
Oh.
Ace versus king.
I miss again.
Ace gonna win. Ace versus queen. Carlos did flop an open ender, but went brickety.
Big ace.
JRock gonna take that one down. Have you been here long enough to see Kevin with a clean-shaven face versus the beard in the box there?
No.
He shocked us all one day and came in with a clean-shaven face, and I shit you not, that thing has Miracle Grow in it because it is back and it is badass. Best beard in the house.
Yeah, I don't know that I recall a clean-shaven Kevin. I think it's always been bearded Kevin since I've been here.
Sorry, DJ, but that beard that you once had ain't got nothing on that red beard of Mr.
Red
Kevin.
beard with gray tips is the nuts.
That's right.
You can't beat it.
Red beard with the gray tips. Looks like he's ready to read the Gettysburg Address. Full-on Civil War gear.
Got a little 3-bet from ZeFish, 7-4 clubs. Let's go. It's 450 now to go. Slick Rick with everyone's favorite hand to get 3-bet. Ace Jack.
They just have poker tournaments.
I have no idea where it is.
Casinos really don't want it.
6-9 king. ZeFish is going to check it over to Slick Rick. He's going to check back.
Another 6 on the turn. ZeFish running out of equity. Let's see if he can represent something here.
Tiny blinds, bunch of rocks.
$35.
There's no way you can beat it.
$350. Okay.
That sounds more like it.
We have not seen a $35 bet yet. Slick Rick going to make the call with ace high. Says, I know you're telling a story and I don't believe it.
3 of clubs. Will ZeFish continue the story? Indeed, it's the only way to win it.
First started. Hell, I lost doing that. I can't stand that game. They used to have one in
950.
where I live.
Juicy story.
They used to let us fade it. I'd get killed and be in the bank. Yep. And you'd have to pay extra.
You put him on a 3, 6, or 9.
Wow, the pause here, Slick Rick. Feels like something may be going on.
There's a lot of ace-X holdings that you can beat here. Pure bluff catcher. And he
calls it. What a call.
And gets told good call, and that is exactly what that was. A
Nasty.
good call. 950 on a river bet. Slick Rick makes the call.
Big heart, little brain.
Nigh hand. JD says big heart, little brain, little needle. Ivy League students don't really have little brains usually, JD. Pretty sharp cat over there in the seat 8. The $1 million smile to go with it. He's an avid reader. He's hitting the weights.
Avid reader.
Heat check indeed.
Yeah, I recently noticed a lot of times on his social media he'll post some psychology stuff that he likes to start his day with, and man, I always get a kick out of that stuff. I love it.
If you're a poker player, you know you got to keep your head clear.
Yeah.
Because the beats that you can take and the swings in this game can be brutal.
ZeFish getting a little frisky that last hand, and he's rewarded with kings on this one. But no resistance. He'll take down a little one.
No resistance for the Frenchman.
Heat check indeed.
The French aren't really known for being much of battlers, but the ZeFish is an exception to that rule. He will battle with the best of them.
Oh, no.
Yeah, love ZeFish jumping in here battling with the best of them. Holds his own quite well. He's up 4,000 tonight right there. As you can see, the players' stacks. Slick Rick up over 15. Woo.
Crushing it. And didn't just get there by flopping the nuts.
Everything that you can tell that his name.
Okay. Let's see a flop. 6-8's open-ended.
Blitzing in. Blitzing in.
Yeah.
Jack 4 has a lot of nothing.
He's my favorite.
Open ender gonna bet it. Take it down.
I've had season tickets.
Easy
since
game.
98.
Where you at?
Second row behind the
40, I
Stars
would say
Philly
45
first
minutes,
and
yeah.
third
30 minutes.
Section 101B.
30 minutes now. I usually set 117.
117, okay.
When we're not both working or broke, we need to go check out a Dallas Stars game.
I love Stars games.
Man,
Love
they're
them.
awesome.
Been to a few. Went to the season opener this year against the Blues.
Nice.
Had a good time there. Tonight, let's see, the Dallas Stars are in San Jose.
That's right. Sharks.
Got a piece of that.
They used to.
Look at the camera.
Should be still going as it's a West Coast game.
Yeah, it was a late start, so we might be able to make it home in time to see the end of that one.
I haven't hit my AJ quota yet, but I'm gonna tag me one.
AJ with a suited ace-10, he'll open it up.
Dallas Stars tied up at 2. Into the first period.
There you go. Action in the first period. All right, Slick Rick comes along with his suited King 7. We're 4 ways to this flop.
And a big flop indeed. Top pair and diamond draw
The
for
ace
Slick
lands and the diamonds land. Let's go.
Rick. ZeFish just with a gutter ball. Carlos playing the Jason Witten offsuit variety. Throw that trash away. No offense, J-Dub.
Rick's throwing his Brett's way out there a little bit. Like he's feeling it right now. He is feeling it.
Got that flick.
Feeling it so much that he picks up a diamond on the turn.
Running good, playing good, reading good. AJ now seeing a flush and a straight get there. Doesn't want to fold just yet. ZeFish might want to come along, see if he can.
He disgruntledly makes the call.
See if he can get a little baby boat ski on the river, a little John boat.
Yeah, that brings along.
How about a
deuce.
John boat? How about a John boat?
Baby deuce for ZeFish.
And if you're Slick Rick, are you really putting somebody on a 2-4 or a 2-5 here?
Ay, ay, ay. All right, let's see if he's still feeling it.
11,000 effective between he and ZeFish.
He's going to feel something here in
How
just
juicy
a
is
second.
he going to make it?
About 12.
That is the case deuce falling from the sky like a bird dropping. Just a duty right on the river. Here we are talking about poop again, but you know what? Sometimes your shitty hands turn into boats.
Baby boat looking for a payday here for ZeFish. He's reaching.
It's a canoe.
And indeed, fires away. 37? 38, pardon me. 3,800 from ZeFish. Got a face from Slick Rick there.
Pouncing on him like a cougar on a mountain biker. Or an unsuspecting young man at a upscale bar in Plano.
Rick can definitely feel like something's up with this hand.
Yeah, he's uncomfortable. He folded a king high flush, which was the nut flush at the beginning of the stream when he was up against a full house. He's in a similar situation here.
Found another pickle just like it.
Knows he can't raise here. Can he lay down another king high flush? Nasty spot to be in. Feeling so good on that turn. Now you got tires screeching, going skirt.
Yeah, Slick Rick doesn't screech too much like that, so he knows something's up here. We'll see if he can, what clicks he can find here.
Is this a call or a fold, folks? In the chat, what do you think?
Pretty calm player. He doesn't move around a whole lot, and he is moving around right now.
Is he making a call or is he going to fold? What do you think?
Opening the live stream and I saw the first screen it's got was 11.9K. That's the first thing I
That's a good way to
Let's
start.
go, chat pros. 1 for call, 2 for fold. What do you think?
Not an easy lay down. It is 2,600 to call here. We got a
Winky says fold. Bill James says fold. NRG Fantasy Focus says fold. Demoria says rip it in there. Putting him on the AC Deucey.
It is not very often, folks, that you see Rick go through.
How many times when you had a wheel draw
Go through this moment.
do you get runner boat?
Ooh.
You're on a gutter draw and you backdoor a boat.
That's what makes it tricky here. There's some straights and some things that could really throw a massive blocker bet out there, but does ZeFish really want a blocker bet for 2,600 with a straight? Probably not.
He's going to find the fold. I think your guys are right. And 2 great folds tonight.
1.5.
If he does.
There it
Makes the
is.
fold.
There it is. Fantastic hand.
What a fold. His poker coach is proud. That's a proud papa moment right there.
That is a proud papa moment.
So many players don't even think about it. Just flick it in.
You can't bluff this spot, right? Oh, you got fucking, you got bluffed too.
No.
JD telling him that he got bluffed.
I wouldn't do that.
Of course JD is.
Nice hand, ZeFish. And great laydown, Mr. Slick Rick.
JD's world class at table talk. He'll throw some shade Rick's way right now.
I mean, kid's name's Eric. He's got to be a boss, right?
He knows.
That means Prince.
We'll never know.
We'll never know until 15 minutes from now when it's worldwide known.
Yeah, we definitely know that he's not thinking the 5 deuce. I think the suited ace deuce variety, because it was there,
No, I wouldn't value your worst.
allows you to let that one go. But here's a big hand here, guys.
Yeah.
I think I heard him just say ace deuce. I think Rick just mumbled ace deuce.
I said fours. I felt fours.
JRock makes it 1,100 to go with his Rockets. JD's going to come along with 7s. Carlos in the back seat with ace king here in the cutoff. Ay, ay, ay. King 9 deuce on the flop.
This one is going to get nasty for Carlos. Back-to-back big hands here. Let's go. JRock does not have a diamond in his hand. He's going to want to start building this pot up now against 2 opponents. Trying to pick a sizing. Goes with about a third pot, 1,100. If you're Carlos here, no diamond in your hand, you've got top. In your head, you eliminate aces and kings.
Pretty easy call here for 1/3 of the pot. Now we're up to 55.90. No pain on the turn. 8 of hearts.
JRock with about 1,700 over the pot in his stack. 1,100. Just over a pot-sized bet left in his stack.
All in, just rips it here to see if there's any hand to take advantage of, like an ace king.
Doug R saying Carlos stepped in it.
You know, he's feeling like he stepped in it right now, facing the all in from JRock.
Yeah, you've just got top pair and somebody is confidently jamming into you. Never a good feeling. Probably going to make a call here and find out the bad news. Drawing to 2%. Makes the call.
Makes the call.
I'll do whatever you want to do.
One time with aces versus ace king.
Got to catch one of the remaining 2 kings, and he does not. JRock with a double up there. 10K profit going his way.
Oh, 19K in that pot.
Ooh. What a hand. Anthony Martin says, this is stressful as an observer. Man, that is poker.
We're just getting warmed up, Anthony.
Yeah, and we get to see the cards.
Right. Phony Turgeson talking a little bit about that laydown, that incredible laydown from Slick Rick a while ago. You know, he asked a fair question. Is he really that smart, or is he just a huge nit? And right, it's easy to think that way in the 1-2 streets, right? When we're facing a 3-bet or a re-raise on the river for $400 and we have a king high flush, it's somewhat okay to make that mistake. But in this game, that's a $2,800 re-raise, almost $3,000. So you're going to be on your A game. And this is a guy with his V-pip up, you know, his pre-flop in is up, all his percentages is up. So you know he's not really a nit. So you kind of make your own decision there. As an intellectual guy, we all know that Slick Rick is indeed incredibly smart, but you can make your own decision on that from a poker perspective. That was a pretty impressive hand.
No aces or kings here yet in this hand. Just your computer hand and 8-7 suited. A little ace-3 and a little jack-6 off. We're going 4 ways for 150. Pretty nice flop, though, for a couple of these holdings.
6, 7, 9. Rainbow variety. Got a little bit of everything going on.
Backdoor spades. Now, definitely an option. Assassin picking up an ace. I can hear you singing now, Doug.
Carlos picking up flush draw here. with his pair of 7. Assassin open-ended with his 7. Assassin 2 pair. But it does put an ugly 4-card run out there.
Absolutely. Who wants to
Now
rep something here?
Now, in kind of a similar spot earlier, we saw JD put a blocker bet out there for his 2 pair.
Carlos is steaming. Could he find a bluff here? And the answer is no. The river 2 pair ski.
Finally got a river.
He said, finally get a river. Finally get a river.
Picked up a river. It still wasn't very safe, but he will take it. Happy to stack that one.
Nine hand. JRock does not have to sleep on the couch tonight after that big win.
Let's go. My turn.
But you gotta go all in before you hit the river.
You know what? Fuck it. I'll take it. We got it in bad so many times this last month. Let's go. Time to get there.
Chain smokers and boozers. I think that's a name of a record album somewhere out there.
Yeah, there are winners, there are losers.
And chain smokers and boozers. There we go. I get it.
Is that Toby Keith?
Sounds
like Toby Keith.
The late Toby Keith.
The late Toby Keith.
R.I.P.
Scott just folding the 7 deuce. With the 7 deuce game on, what are you doing to us, Scott? You missed out on your chance at $800, buddy.
Now, what number's Scott? Scott in the 6 seat?
Scott is in the 7 seat.
7. Okay, yeah, he's wearing the Stars jersey. I'm not familiar with
Scott
6 and 7 here.
Scott is the one who got in those 2 nut flush draw battles against Poker Mama last week and doubled her up a couple times. She had a set of 3s on him in one, and I believe it was aces versus kings on the other.
I think 3s have treated Poker Mama pretty well on the stream.
She's enjoying her vacay in Mexico.
Vacay? What is that?
Say vacay. She's probably still grinding poker out there.
I know, right?
Poker Face Ash as well.
There's our voluntary put in pre-flop.
Here we go. V-Pips, AJ 45%. Assassin and Carlos at 35. Scott holding down the bottom of the barrel at 15%. But he's also enjoying a pretty nice night. Got his stack up to 13.4K off of 1 buy-in.
So yeah, not a whole lot of numbers getting crazy there, but in the 30s. Appreciate these guys seeing some flops for the stream.
Still have about 15 minutes left in the stream, and 300 of you guys still joining us here. Glad you guys are still tuned in and watching these chips flying. Again, this is Texas Card House live from Dallas, Texas.
King Queen here going to land the best of this flop. Queen 9-8, 2 hearts. Slick Rick will continue. Or I guess he called.
Seeing how lucky he's really running. JRock says, not against me, brother.
Oh, he's running pretty good. He picks up a king here on the turn, which gives his opponent top 2, so this should be somewhat painless after he represents this turn, of course.
Yeah, JRock not loving the hearts, but does have 2 pair. And he is going nowhere.
All right. Rick's going to represent the king of hearts on the turn. He's going to need another heart to stand a chance here.
It's a measly pair of 7s instead. Jack 10 was already there, so that did not change anything with the 7 of spades coming out. Can Slick Rick get a big bluff through? 2,100 in the pot. JRock has checked it over to him again. Is he going to pounce?
So many hands here has the check call button on, so it'd be tough to get this through. A lot of hands like 10 Jack, King 10, 10-6 even gets there.
He is going to try to put in.
He's going to fire away.
A very valuable bet here, 1,700. JRock makes a snap call. Says, I can play this game too, young man.
JRock on a rush right here. Doubles up with aces. Now he's picking up a juicy pot with top 2.
Slick Rick raised pre and bet all 3 streets, but JRock's hand was just too strong to fold.
It's tough to fold top 2.
It's not good. It's not cool at all. I've got a little sweat though. It's pretty cool.
A couple of small missteps for Slick Rick tonight, but otherwise pretty flawless game tonight.
Yeah, and I'm a total sucker for that spot too. Check twice to me on the turn and the river. I feel like it's almost a penalty if I don't try. And he's holding top 2. GG, good hand. I think Slick Rick's saying the same with his whistle. JRock picking up King Jack on the button now.
People will not believe it.
Carlos says, I'm going to play the 6-4 Impala.
Open-ended for the Impala.
Not a bad flop for the Impala.
No help on the turn.
Well, we don't get to see the cards again. It was
How
King
rude.
Jack for JRock.
JRock hit that jack on the turn.
One bet
Quickly.
on the turn, and Carlos says, you know what? No more open-ender for me. I don't have a spade in my hand. I'm out of here.
He played that flop and turn very fast.
Yeah, these RF cards are a game changer. The graphics are obviously still not perfect. A lot of it depends, too, on the players making sure they scan the cards. But great technology and keeps us from having to depend on the players, showing their cards to a camera and the potential for that.
Way above my head.
Yeah, way above my head.
I can barely engineer a bookshelf.
That company has done a great job. They know what they're doing. These decks do last a long time. Don't have to be changed out quite as regularly as the regular decks. A little bit heavier, right, RJ? You've dealt them a couple times.
Yeah, they probably are a little bit heavier. Yeah, just a fraction thicker and just a fraction heavier.
Still easy to pitch.
Easy to pitch. They feel good. They feel good coming out of your hand. You can pitch them all day long.
Assassin's good at
Ace Jack versus King Jack. See if we can get some crime here. 6, 7, 8, 2 clubs.
No Jack on Jack crime. Yes, Ryan, we will get the win-loss numbers up here in just a second.
Yeah, the last time they showed it to us, they kind of teased us a bit.
It went a little too fast, and now we do have Jack on Jack crime. This is what we asked for. In a action-killing river card, though.
Assassin.
Break that luck.
Assassin will be happy to go to showdown.
He says, break that luck.
You would have got a big call.
He'll take a $615 profit there.
No, that's what I'm saying. It didn't help him at all.
Hey, Demore, sometimes I get lucky too. I've had a couple of those tonight that I've called. I've also gone over on a couple other streams. So here we go. JRock is up over 21 and almost $1,500. AJ at 16. Slick Rick still up around 16. JD's chipped up to 16. You know, he never likes to be the short stack on the table.
3 or 4. Give it a little bit more space.
The Tony Romo of poker right here in the booth.
Yeah, we try. I'm holding it down for Ben Miney, our former dealer and commentator that's now living up in Wisconsin and living up there with his wife that worked here as well. They were an awesome power couple down here. We miss you, Ben. Don't know if he still watches the stream, but he had a couple of just awesome moments where he called for some cards out of the sky and they fell.
Shout out to Ben.
He's up there playing some blues guitar in bars in Wisconsin. Check out Ben Miney.
Mighty don't the wheels turn slow.
Anthony Martin with some great things to say here about our dealers, as Carlos going to take that one down with a pair of 8s. But he says the dealers at TCH worked their way up to here, I'm sure. Recently found out that you have an audition for Cash Game. Absolutely. Best card experience in Texas. I appreciate that, and everybody else here does as well. I'm just glad to be a small part of the team myself.
Yeah, while we're giving shout outs to our production team right here, the stream team. Holy cow, these guys put on a heck of a show, and it's easy for us to just come in here and blabber, right? These guys are rock stars.
For sure. Assassin got the AK-47 again. JD makes a pretty disciplined lay down there with the queen jack off.
Yeah, it's one of my least favorite hands to see a raise flop with.
Sounds fun.
It does. It has letters in it.
Slick Rick says, I'm going to test my luck. I'm going to rock with this 10-6 of hearts.
He's still straight flush eligible, but a long ways to go. JRock a lot closer to a straight flush as he is.
Absolutely.
He's picked up a gut shot straight flush right away.
Yeah, didn't even see Kenny still in there with the 9-7, which completely takes away Slick Rick's straight flush outs.
Yep.
That ain't going to happen.
Hearts are gone. So we might see a turn here between Assassin and JRock.
Forgot about the 7.
JRock actually holding the best of the equity there. He'll bump it up and take it down.
Takes down a monster. $400. In a game where stacks are up over 20K.
Yeah.
You can still see a $400 pot every now and then.
Raise first in. These are the guys making the action.
TCH Houston. Anthony Martin's going to be there tomorrow. Come say hi, he says. TCH Houston is the newest location until that new one in Austin opens up,
Yeah,
which evidently is just going to be right across
I'm guessing
the
West.
highway.
I'm
but
guessing Westheimer.
yeah, it's the one off of Westheimer. I've stopped in and played a couple times several months back. Beautiful room, good kitchen, great staff. That one's only going to continue to grow. Houston is a very proud poker town, and they've got clubs in every freaking town around.
They will grip it, rip it down there now.
Every community outside of Houston has a poker club in it, so they're going to continue to grow as they start taking that market share away from some of those clubs that just aren't nearly as nice and safe. And that's what I love about TCH. In a great location, well lit, safe, beautiful, brand new. What else can you ask for?
All right, just for you, Raina. Boom! I don't know what it was.
ZeFish. Gonna raise it up.
Jack 9 of hearts, one of my very favorite hands to get in trouble with.
Yeah, he got the 7 deuce to fold.
AJ and his Queen Jack landing the best of it here with middle pair. ZeFish will continuation with his gutter ball.
Not a club in his hand, but he's going to continue for 1,200.
Decent spot here to continue as no opponents hold top pair, but AJ holding the Queen Jack.
And this is the same ZeFish that opened up pre-flop for 600 when they had a $200 straddle on.
Just played a hand 30 minutes ago with Slick Rick where he 3-streeted with 6 high, I believe.
ZeFish is going to definitely have to continue his story to take this one down. 4,300 in the pot.
So ZeFish picking up a pair here might talk himself into something a little more trickery, but he does have gutter ball outs to no avail. 4 diamonds on the river. Queen Jack will lock it up.
Clubs brick. Straight draws brick. No, except for the Jack 10, of course, but it's going to go check, check. AJ's going to take it down with his queen. $2,600 going AJ's way.
There you go. So ZeFish just canceled the firing away on that one. Rightfully so. His opponent picked up the same gutter ball he did, so probably would have been a bad idea to go firing away there. AJ will be happy to go to showdown.
9-5 off with a foot show.
Stack some chips.
We are nearing the 11 o'clock hour, so that just means we have a couple of hands left. So thank y'all again for joining us. Just under 300 of y'all have stuck with us for this 5-hour Tuesday night stream. Thanks for being engaged in the chat. I know y'all were tuned in from all across the country. Maybe some of y'all across the pond as well. 2 more hands, they're saying.
2 more hands. Where are you from? We only have 2 more hands. 2 more hands to let us know where you're from tonight.
That was a quickie. We just got that one done pretty quick. Seven, 7 king, couple of diamonds.
If the draw came, I would have done it, but the draw didn't come.
How about another 7? Just for S's and giggles. JRock's got a mystery hand here.
More 7s, please.
So it counts.
10 high.
10 high? Oh,
Ace high wins for Assassin.
thanks for letting me win a couple of hands.
Forgot to throw up a promo that we got coming up soon at TCH Dallas here. Ladies Night, starting now, Thursday nights, 5 p.m. to midnight. You buy 2 hours, you get 2 hours free. I don't know if that lady right there pictured will be there. I hope she is because she's gorgeous. But it is Ladies Night.
Hi there.
Thursday night, 5 p.m.
Ladies'
to
night.
midnight.
Oh, what a night.
And no, fellas, you don't get to change your gender just for Ladies Night. Hope that joke goes over well. Or I may be getting canceled. But hey,
Hilarious.
But hey, here we are. Last hand of the night, I believe, on the Hold'em variety before they finish off with a flip. How about a 10-9-4? Can we ask for it one time? 10-9-4.
Let's get some fireworks, baby. I like ZeFish tonight. He's in a mood, getting him going a little bit. We might have to find him a new baseball cap, but
7s are hot. 7-7 queen.
7.
AJ holding a queen.
Oh, yeah. Because if it was a
9-10, open-ended now.
And a 10 ball on the river. ZeFish gonna take a stab.
Oh, JRock wants to see it.
JRock wants to see it. AJ says, look at the queen 6, baby.
They all wanted to see it.
Takes it down. I believe this will be our last hand and a flip.
Nice hand. Nice hand.
One more graphic to throw up. Let's see when this bad boy
Industry
starts.
night.
Industry night on Monday nights. Complimentary pizza and beer. Buy 2 hours, get 2 hours from 5 to midnight if you are in the industry. Pretty cool stuff. So industry night Monday nights now at Texas Card House Dallas. Ladies night on Thursday, 5 p.m. to midnight. Buy 2 hours.
There you go. It's a party on Monday and a party on Thursday.
And as you can see with a lot of our tournaments, a lot of ladies are finishing up on the final tables. So come on out.
Hey, it's hopping.
So we're going to get another Hold'em hand in here, and we have the $200 straddle on from Carlos.
Poker is not dead, and it is real with the ladies. They are getting after it here at TCH Dallas.
We're getting to go with a little extended play here. Players are about to rack up, but we got a big straddle on this one.
I wonder if they'll play more. This crew may have the feel to play a little longer.
Oh, AJ's got the 7 deuce to finish off the Hold'em night. Come on. Get nasty with it.
450.
I agreed, Demoria. A teacher night would be good.
I was a teacher last year. Now just a measly old poker dealer.
Oh, can we get spades? Come on, Kevin, don't let us down. Well, there's one spade.
Ace, queen, 9 rainbow.
Little something for everybody except for AJ.
The
he may want to represent.
He will definitely want to represent that ace. Might be a good time to do it. Oh, pardon me. Carlos has ace-8. What am I thinking?
Carlos, I don't think is going to let him bluff him this time. He got him with a big 7-deuce earlier. Made him lay down some queens.
Ooh.
Carlos making the call before JD can even get his cards, his chips out there. Oops. 3 ways. Oh, the spades.
Hello.
Here we go. Come on, Kev.
That's enough. That should be enough to create some fireworks. Let's go. JD with middle pair, flush draw, and a gutter ball.
Carlos not going to be feeling great about just an ace-8 here.
AJ, the original raiser with that 7-deuce of spades, picking up a flush draw on the turn. That is no good.
Picks up equity, but he doesn't really have any equity because his flush would be no good.
Equity times 0, folks.
Equals 0.
The hardest lesson in poker to learn.
Anthony's nervous. Spade ball, corner pocket. Let's go.
3 of spades on the river. AJ with the 7-deuce of spades.
Backdoor flush gets there for 2 people.
Drawing dead and getting there.
Oh, Kevin did not disappoint. 3,500 in the pot already. AJ wants that extra 800 for showing the 7-deuce, but he's going to get shown.
3,500 in this pot already, so he's going to
get shown the business.
1,200.
He is about to get shown the business. JD has the second nuts, and he is going to pounce. Yep, do I have spades? Do I have spades? Yeah, I still have spades. $4,800 in the pot.
Now, if you're JD here, you probably have made a read that AJ does like his hand, right?
For sure.
And he's the original raiser. So do you want to try to get value out of this, knowing that he likes his hand? Or could it possibly be a king-high flush? So that's what's kind of going through JD's mind right here. It's always kind of a tricky spot where you know your opponent has a strong holding, but you also want to get value out of those second nuts.
These players are very deep, 14.4K effective. JD is definitely coming in for a raise here. How big is he going to make it?
Reaching for discs. And AJ's face.
Is that 48? No, 5,800. Puts in a $4,500 raise.
JD knowing exactly where his opponent is, putting the juice on it.
AJ drops the black chip on his cards to protect the cards. I thought it was just a call. But he is sick to his stomach.
He was sick when JD made that bet.
What a way to finish our night here. Going into a little extended play here. When you hit a backdoor flush, when you get what you were going for, it's just hard to fold.
Into the tank again, and this time it's a $4,500 tank.
He's never raising here. I just don't see him getting away from it.
$4,500 to call. 10,665 already in this pot.
He makes the call. JD shows him. Flush over flush.
Flushy, flushy.
In the 7-deuce variety, too. What a hand to finish off the night. JD taking down a $15.1 thousand pot.
I'm glad our 6 seat felt the awesomeness of that hand, even though AJ didn't. He's having a good time with it.
Well, Kenny's the Western man. He says, that's some Western shit if I ever seen it, you know. Right there, boy. JD, 8,200 in profit to finish the night off with a stack of almost $24,000. Well played. That one hurt. We may still get a flip after this. We are going to get a PLO flip. So maybe AJ can get some of that money back. It's going to take a second here for Kevin to stack up these chips.
Got some carnage on that one. We got to count this one out.
While we're counting this one out, one more reminder about the upcoming tournaments at our other locations. March 6th.
This one's calling my name.
Tomorrow, March 6th through the 17th, down in Spring, Texas. TCH Spring, right there off of I-45, is having a $600 buy-in main event. That's going to be the top feature of that. There will be several other tourneys, but $600 buy-in, $400K guarantee. I'm sure they will blow that out of the water like TCH has on all tournaments. And then a reminder that a month from then, in April, the Poker Atlas Tour returns, this time at that new location in Houston. So if y'all are tournament folks, come on out.
That's right. Texas Card House keeps them lined up for all the tournament players. This one right here in Dallas.
This one right here in Dallas, the even bigger one, the Mas Grande. $250K guarantee on a $300 buy-in. That's going to be a month or a week earlier than we normally do. It's usually the last weekend, but it's going to be the March 20th through the 24th. So come on out for that one. And here we go with the PLO flip while JD is over there counting $23,000 worth of chips.
Got to stack that one.
He's going to have to pull those chips out of the way of his scanner so he can get all of his 4 cards in this PLO flip scanned. And there you go, JRock up 16K. Slick Rick finishing off right at 11K in profit. JD needed that last one. He's now up 6K after being stuck the whole stream. Scott held on and finished with 7.6K in profit. And this is our last hand, PLO flip.
I know it didn't make sense at all, man. This is like
PLO, flip it out. Any big holdings?
Jack 6-3.
This is how the PLO tournament went the other day.
Rainbow.
Jack 6-3 rainbow all night long.
Pocket jacks. Who's got the 5-7? There it is.
5-7.
We're looking.
Scott.
We're looking to pair the board.
Pardon me, that's Kenny there holding the 5-7.
Oh, how about quad jacks?
Quadzilla.
How about quad jacks for assassin?
In the house.
He says, I'm an assassin for a reason. That's why they call me the assassin. Taking it down. $1,600 profit going assassin's way to finish off our night. Thank y'all again for joining us. Eric V and RJ Dupree.